All right, Evan, ready to go?
We are live on YouTube.
Okay. All right, welcome to this regular meeting of council, which is Monday, June 28th. I'd like to open our meeting with a land acknowledgement. The land which we call St. Catharines and the Niagara region is the ancestral home of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This land is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is the dish with one spoon wampum agreement. Today, this land is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples who share the land with us. This land acknowledgement is a statement that reminds us that our standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people over many, many generations. Over the last few weeks, Canadians across the country have been awakened to the truth of this country's history and the current reality for Indigenous people in Canada. The horrific reports about the residential schools, genocidal actions, and generations of trauma that Indigenous communities have faced awakens us to the reality that Indigenous people in Canada are facing today. This land acknowledgement calls our attention to this truth. It is a statement to focus our minds and our intentions to our responsibilities. That as elected officials, as public servants, as Canadians, and as treaty people, we all have responsibilities for justice, reconciliation, and fairness for Indigenous people in our communities. This land acknowledgement reminds us of the work we have to do together to build a future Canada that is safe, welcoming, anti-racist, and inclusive of everyone. In place of O Canada tonight, I am asking council and staff to take a moment of silence to honor the victims from Cowessess First Nation, from Kamloops, and from residential schools across the country, and to reflect on our roles and responsibilities for truth and reconciliation. Thank you. In light of the tragic news from Kamloops and Cowessess, countless other communities across the country, last week I consulted with our CAO, David Oakes, about the city's plans for Canada Day. We are confirming that there will be no Canada Day events hosted by the City of St. Catharines this year. The flags at City Hall have been lowered to half staff to honor the victims of Cowessess and all the residential schools. They will remain lowered through Canada Day to mark this time of mourning. There will be no in-person events scheduled due to COVID-19, and there will not be any messages or events of celebration on the city's websites. As an elected official, as mayor of this amazing city, this is not something that I am happy to say. It has always been one of the proudest days to come together with generations of different people, meet new citizens, and celebrate our diversity and shared values. But this year at this time, it is necessary that we live those values and show our respect, understanding, and empathy. As leaders across the country have said, there are many things about our country that we all can be proud of. But this is not a moment to take pride. This is a moment for reflection, education, and reconciliation. Let me be clear, Canada Day has never been about winning a war of independence. It's never about fighting for our freedom here in our country. It is about much more than the fireworks, the barbecues, and the maple leaf. It is a time to affirm our oaths of citizenship and our shared values, the common threads that connect us through languages, religion, and cultures. This year, more than ever, it is a day to reflect on those shared Canadian values and how we will live them and lead by them. It is a day to reflect on the kind of citizens we want to be. While everyone is free to mark Canada Day in their own way, my ask of all the citizens of our community and across the Niagara region is this: to think how you would feel if you were in mourning and grieving a deeply traumatic loss, and your neighbors continued with celebrations, parades, and revelry. I ask you to be thoughtful, considerate, respectful of the generations of Indigenous people who were impacted by the residential schools, to think about the people who lived and work with us right here in our community. It's important that we do that because when we think about the children of Cowessess, 751 unmarked graves, the children in Kamloops, they never went on to have families. They never went on to have sons and daughters. They never came home to their moms and dads. They never were a part of their extended family of aunts and uncles. That was taken away from them, taken away by a Canadian government, by people who called themselves Canadian. So we ask to think about that as we move forward to Canada Day. And as I've said, sit and be still with it. Because if we simply just brush it off as a page of history, we won't completely understand the gravity of what's in front of us. Last week, I spoke with Chief Stacey Laforme of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation about how we can work together to support truth and reconciliation. It was a very insightful discussion. I've invited him to come and speak to council about the Mississaugas of the New Credit here in our community and to talk about the history of First Nations from his perspective. This weekend, I visited with folks at the Niagara Native Center at the 7-day healing fire. This is a fire that is for the Indigenous community and for our entire community to come together to show support for them as they mourn and begin healing. I want to thank Carl Dockstetter, Sean Vanderklis, Fred the Firekeeper, and everyone who has opened this space to share. The fire will burn for 7 days until sunrise on Friday, July 2nd. This is a community fire. Everyone is welcome for this period of mourning and reflection. Counselors, staff, community leaders, if you have an opportunity to visit the fire, I encourage you to do so. It's at the Niagara Native Center off York Road, just outside of Niagara-on-the-Lake. Wood, fire, donations to the Niagara Region Native Center are welcome as tokens of appreciation at the fire. When I was there on Sunday, I talked to Carl, and he talked about how at midnight, a group of First Nations singers had shown up at the fire the night before. Talked about how our drummer showed up at the sunrise by himself. Talked about how members of the community, non-Indigenous, were showing up throughout all times of the day. That's what a community looks like. I'd like to thank our partners and friends at the center for continuing to work with us in the spirit of partnership and reconciliation as we move forward. On another tough note, another somber note, I want to address the opioid epidemic that is continuing to impact members of our community and families across the country. I got to say, last week was a tough week. Speaking to a father whose son had just died of an overdose was a tough discussion. Unintentional overdose of drugs laced with fentanyl. I want to share my condolences and our condolences of council with Steve and his family, and of the families who continue to be impacted by the opioid epidemic, by drugs and addiction. While COVID has taken much of our attention this year, the overdose epidemic has continued to take loved ones and break apart families at alarming rates. Data collected by local agencies shows that the overall overdose rate and dangerous drugs are climbing year over year. And I will say that the Overdose Prevention and Education Network and Positive Living are doing life-saving work on this And we are very fortunate to have the overdose prevention site in St. Catharines, which is literally saving lives daily. But it's not enough. As Steve had talked about his son, an outstanding hockey player, barely over the age of 20. So over the coming weeks, I'll be organizing a situation table with local leaders in public health and law enforcement to identify what else we can do. Because what Steve had said, the drug pushers are using Snapchat. Now, I don't know on here who has Snapchat, but I know my kids do. They're using TikTok. All the things that we're not even familiar with. The pushers of drugs are using those channels. And that's where the kids are getting trapped into enticement around drug use. I asked my son, have you ever got offered drugs on Snapchat? Because it happens all the time, Dad. That's how it starts. This is also an issue we are dealing with at the Ontario Big City Mayor's Caucus, as mental health addictions and opioids are hurting communities across the country. So as we come out of COVID and refocus on public health and other issues facing our community, this has to be a priority for all of us. And I do recognize that the region plays a significant role, but we play a role as well as local councillors. We've got to be talking about it more. We've got to use our social media channels more. And this is why I think the situation table will be so important, because we're on the front steps of this. And it's, I don't want to take any more calls like that. And they're going to happen, but we got to find ways to stop them. So on some good news, we've got the city programs that are opening up due to stage 2. The Kiwanis Aquatic Center's opened up. The outdoor, indoor aquatics programming and lessons have started. The recreation programs, golf, tennis, skateboarding, they've all opened up. Our economic development team is working closely with our businesses for the outreach programs. I want to say congratulations to our economic development team led by Brian York. They received a Hermes Award for the SCT Framework for Recovery. CAO Chemnitz, Director York, and Director Christie worked hand in hand with so many people from our team to put it together. It got recognized for its in-depth and for a framework, which is so important to the recovery. So I want to say congratulations to them, and also welcome to a new addition to the team. Shannon McHugh started with the city as this week's Manager of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. You'll get to meet her as a council hopefully soon. Shannon will be working under the Office of the CAO, interacting with many departments. We look forward to working with Shannon as we all work together to become an inclusive, equitable, and innovative city. And with that, Evan's going to play a brief video, and it's this year's award winner of the poetry contest. It's by Susan Vishen, and she is recognizing grace is the title of her poem. Evan, over to you.
Today, I have the pleasure of introducing the winner of this year's Poetry Challenge. This year, the 5th year, I put out a challenge to all inspiring poets in our community to write a poem inspired by a specific theme. Thinking back over the past months of the pandemic and the efforts of our community to support one another during the most challenging of times, I decided on this year's theme, our community heroes. I was overwhelmed by the number of poems that were submitted. In all, over 70 individuals entered the contest, ranging in age from 5 years old to 92 years old. Over 50 of those entries were from students, and I couldn't choose just one winner from the student entries, so I chose 5 poems which highlighted the heroes of a nurse, a grocery store worker, a teacher, and a neighbor. Tonight, it is my pleasure to introduce the overall Poetry Challenge winner, Miss Susan Vishen. Susan's poem is entitled Recognizing Grace. And Susan, I would like to invite you to recite your poem now.
Thank you. Recognizing Grace, a poem about true heroes within our community who have supported us during COVID-19. Our world is not what we know it to be, a life form, unseen, debilitating, deadly, has taken millions of lives and continues to seize, leaving us confused, afraid, wary. But what routines from the past didn't let us see is that human commitment can be extraordinary. Everyone has been playing their part, fighting this common adversary. Some shine brightly, faithful and kind, perceiving the bigger picture in mind, supporting us, our community heroes, with all the strength their hearts can find. The sick are nursed, the dying cared for, isolated from family and friends they adore. Geared in layers with love and hope, healthcare workers are winning this war. While masked souls grapple on to reality, continuing to serve our basic amenities, the grocer, the postman, the driver of the bus, all in good faith, sustain our actuality. All the grief from the past continues. There is still violence, amongst other issues. Officers work for our safety relentlessly, just as the teams behind our daily news. While quarantined minds drown death whispers, patiently powering through their encounters, lifting one soul at a time, turning fear to triumph, our counselors, therapists, and our social workers. Many have been painfully counting the dead, responding appropriately to arrest the spread. Lives are leaving swiftly for another heaven. Coroners and pathologists deal with much unsaid. Human lives have changed, drastic and fast, but everyone's little sacrifices matter and last. Parents and caregivers learning to be brave, taking on more than they have in the past. Teachers and students have adapted well. Employers have chosen to pay their personnel. Homemakers have learned to stitch face masks, along with the numerous stories of charity to tell. Our world is now no longer in confusion, weaving a system of gratitude and compassion. Each sun seals smiles, prayers, and good work, recognizing grace, beautiful St. Catharines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. That was beautiful. I want to congratulate you for writing such a beautiful poem inspired by a theme that so many of us have come to understand more clearly during the pandemic, the role of the everyday heroes in our community, and you captured it so well. So on behalf of council,
thank you for the opportunity.
and looking forward to reading more poems from you in the future as you continue to capture and be inspired and putting into words that of which you see around you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for the inspiration. I was so pleasant to just come across the competition. I would keep Googling St. Catharines every morning, seeing what news updates, what's new in the city, what can I do? And this came up, and I was really happy that you hosted this event, that you host it every year. That's great. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm already looking forward to the theme next year, right?
All right. Thank you. And that was clearly pre-taped. I no longer have a beard. Thank you, Susan Vishen. She did a wonderful job. Okay, over to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda. And I do apologize, Council, for that lengthy mayor's remarks. Just some things wanted to say some things. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the following items have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder: correspondence from Niagara Cycling Clubs Alliance, Municipal Class Environmental Assessment for Regional Road 87, Port Dalhousie, City of St. Catharines. Correspondence from Ms. Linda Crouch, General Committee, Agenda Item 3.5, Port Weller East Traffic and Development, and additional correspondence received for the public meeting regarding 93 and 95 Lakeport Road and 9 John Street. And that's this evening's changes to your agenda.
Folks, any amendments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, motion to approve. I got Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Kushner. All in favor? That is carried. And any conflicts of interest? Councillor Littleton, you're up, and then Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict with agenda item 3.5, the Port Weller report. I have a client that lives in the highlighted area. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kushner, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict of interest on discussion item 3.4, which involves my employer, Brock University.
Okay. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict of interest as well on item 3.4, which involves the employer of my husband.
Thank you, councillors. Motion to adopt the minutes. We have the minutes, council minutes from special meeting held on Monday, June 7th, meeting of council held on Monday, June 14th, and general committee held on Monday, June 14th. As a group of minutes, can I have a mover? Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Cisco. Are there any changes or errors in the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, it's carried. And now we go on to resolve in the general committee. The following items have been requested removed from the consent. 2.2, abandoned shopping carts, and 2.3, creation of a municipal land development corporation. Those have been removed from consent. Over to the clerk for the consent agenda. I'll need a mover and a seconder for the consent agenda. Councillor Miller and Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's consent agenda, item 2.1, financial management services, accounting and payroll, 2021 development charges background study, and item 2.4, legal and clerk services, office of the city clerk, council correspondence, and that's this evening's consent agenda. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, we're going to head into the discussion agenda. And I just have a declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seat of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide and the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants be treated with courtesy and respect. It is paramount and imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another. But we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. So I'll be reading that before all delegations and presentations moving forward as a means to create a space so that we can have an open and honest dialogue, but one that is respectful of staff, of each other as council, and of presenters as well. And so if you as a counselor feel that a presenter or a member of staff or another counselor is in any way creating a condition that you're uncomfortable with, you are encouraged to speak up. All you have to do is say, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to step in and make a comment. Same with staff. And to our presenters, we ask the respect of our staff and council as well. We're all trying to make the best decisions, and we want to listen to everybody as they have an opinion, but we also want to do so in a respectful way. So that's what this declaration to all presenters will be doing as we move forward. With that, we have a discussion agenda item, financial management services, accounting and payroll, financial report and auditor findings, observations for the year ending 31st December 2020. Presentation from Carlos Alvarez, lead audit, lead engagement partner for KPMG with Scott Pluggers, and he is the audit senior manager with KPMG. So they will, discussion will proceed after their presentation. So Carlos and Scott, over to you for your presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon. Understanding that included in your package materials, the audit findings report will be would have been included. Scott and I will focus in on the items that are most material that we would like to bring to your attention. And given that there are 29 slides, we will not go through all 29 slides, but we'll go through those that, again, have items that we are required and obligated to report to you. So in terms of summary, as a byproduct of our external audit, in terms of the summary that you see on screen, two of the items that we've dealt with in the current year relate to the impact of COVID-19, which, as a reminder, impacts all municipal audits in two ways. One being, the impact on your operations, and secondly, whether there are any impact on internal controls. Happy to report that we've completed the audit and we've gone through and audited any incremental revenues and funding, as well as any incremental expenditures as a result of COVID. And the second item that we've dealt with in the current year is a implementation of a new auditing standard entitled Estimates. And again, we report that there were no items that we would like to bring to your attention on that new audit standard. In terms of finalizing the audit, we are effectively complete, with the exception of obtaining the approval of these financial statements, at which point we will continue or proceed to sign the independent auditor's report. The auditor's report that we plan on signing is an unqualified report, which means it is a clean report with no reservations of any sort. By way of uncorrected differences, I'd just like to report that there are no uncorrected differences at the end of the year. All of the items that were provided to us that were subject to our audit procedures were in very good shape. And effectively, it is a clean sheet with the exception of one reclassification. I will now pass it on to Scott, who will go through some additional matters as it pertains to the audit.
Sure. Thanks, Carlos. Maybe if we can just move to slide 6. So just to continue on with the executive summary, no changes to the significant accounting policies that the city has applied in the financial statements. All policies have been consistent and appropriate in accordance with public sector accounting standards. So just an important point to highlight there. We have not identified any control deficiencies that we determined to be significant control deficiencies or significant deficiencies in internal control. That is certainly a key distinction in the audit. We've identified several other matters just to bring to your attention, and those are summarized on subsequent pages on page 19 and 20. With respect to independence, it's important each and every year that we do confirm our independence to you with respect to the services that we provide to the city, and have maintained that independence throughout the course of the engagement as well. And then lastly, on materiality. So materiality is an important point for you as members of council to understand and see each and every year. Materiality for the audit of the financial statements as a whole have been set at 5.5 million and consistent with prior year. And certainly page 10 does provide some additional information with respect to materiality, both for the consolidated statements as well as the various agencies, boards, and commissions. Okay. And then maybe actually if we can just move down to page 14, if that's okay. Great. So something that was new that came up in the year was the actual commitment that was made by council, and of course the initial payment that was made as a result of the Canada Summer 2022 games now being moved out 1 year. So it's a very unique agreement, and of course arrangement for the Niagara region as a whole, and of course the city as a partner in that agreement. There's certainly some unique accounting complexities, if you will, and some nuances that will need to be worked through. So just this is an important slide to highlight to you as members of council that as your commitment continues to be made and you continue to satisfy that commitment that you've made, as well as the operating agreement that will take place once the games have completed, there will be some additional accounting disclosures, accounting transactions, and of course operating commitments that will impact the city's operations, finance and non-finance as well. So we will continue to work with management to formally assign and define what that transaction really means for you as an investment or as an actual tangible capital asset, and we'll work with management over the next few months to resolve that moving forward. So there's no real other major areas of the audit, any other concerns in terms of our audit risks and results in some of the areas of focus. So I don't know if there's happy to report if there's any questions from members of council or anything that you'd like to chat through. Just again, appreciating your agenda this evening and the time commitment.
And maybe Scott, if I may, just on the topic of fraud, fraud is a very important topic for your auditors to raise on at least an annual basis. We do perform procedures in our audit file to address certain risks associated with fraud. We can report to you that all of the transactions that we've audited were above board, and we did not detect any suspected or any actual instances of fraud.
That's Carlos.
Well, that's great to hear. Okay. That's great. I just want to say thanks to Scott and Carlos. I had an opportunity to be interviewed by Scott as well. I believe did the budget chair and the vice chair. They got to participate in a one-on-one as well, just to go over any questions. Does anyone else have any questions of it? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was reading the staff report, and they talk about what the auditors found, and then our response. Can I ask a question about that?
Bonnie, I'm going to go to Bonnie, and I just want to know from Bonnie is, are we asking just the questions of the audit team today right now, or do we want to?
We haven't received the auditor's presentation yet, Councillor, but we would put the report on the floor after this.
Okay, so is it the question to the auditors or to the staff?
Well, the auditors made a point, and then there is a staff response, and I just had a question on that, so maybe I'll wait.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, seeing no other hands up, I want to thank Carlos and Scott for their presentation from KPMG, and thank staff for working closely with the KPMG team to ensure we have the audit that we have in front of us today. So I'll now ask for a motion to approve the annual audit consolidated financial statements of the year end December 31st, 2020 forthwith. And Councillor Kushner and Councillor Williamson, and I'll go to Councillor Garcia for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask staff, the auditors identify a software deficiency, and the city staff is agreeing with that, and they're saying that they have received a $250,000 grant to undertake an implementation roadmap and develop a business case for moving the city to the PeopleSoft financial system in partnership with the region. My question to you, I guess to the treasurer perhaps, is $250,000 is a pretty significant amount. Are we saying that that is just to study what it would take, and then on top of that, we're going to have a large cost for the software itself?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. The $250,000 that the city has received, that is a provincial grant through the audit and accountability phase 2. So staff applied for that grant, and we were successful in our application, and that has allowed us to engage the firm of Ernst & Young to complete the necessary review of the region's PeopleSoft instance and the steps that the city would need to take in order for the city to leverage the capital investment that the region has made with that particular financial software system. And that will then allow us to proceed to implementing the PeopleSoft as our financial system.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't clear on that. So the $250,000 will be sufficient for us to implement that software?
To the through the mayor to the councillor, no, the $250,000 is just to lay out the implementation plan. It will cost several $million for the city to implement a new financial system. However, by partnering with the region and using the system that they have already implemented, there will be time reduction for the city to move to the implementation phase, as well as having to develop the revised process and procedures. We will be able to utilize the region's process and procedures. At this standpoint, we are estimating that the system would cost the city $5 million to implement the PeopleSoft solution. We have included a portion of that in the 2022 capital budget and the remaining amount in the 2023 capital budget forecast.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. And that's a great example of the cost of technology when we look at our budget. We've had a number of presentations over the last couple of years on IT and IT solutions, and we see how these costs go up quickly, and the financial software is probably one of the important pieces that we have in need of significant overhaul. So it'll be a good budget discussion as we talk about IT and what's required to secure our system, even because it is a big system, as Director Douglas has talked about. Okay, with that, I'll turn it over to the clerk for a call of question.
Can I just ask Mr. Mayor for a motion to receive the presentation, and then I'll do this just by show of hands.
Oh, okay. Motion to receive, Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor Miller. All in favor of receiving? That's carried. Now we'll do the roll call on the financial audit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried unanimously.
All right, 3.2, engineering, facilities, environmental services. These are new sidewalks, walkways, sidewalk repairs, and it's just the award of tender. Looking for a staff motion to approve staff report. Councillor Cisco, seconded by Councillor Littleton. Any questions on this one? Thank you to Director Martuccio for putting this presentation together. A lot of good information in there and a lot of repairs to sidewalks and building of new sidewalks across our community. So with that, call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, so at 6 o'clock, we've got the public meeting, and what we're doing now, I'll look to the clerk. I think we can jump over to what would be the municipal works abandoned shopping carts. We can go to that one because we don't have any speakers to it, so we can deal with that as part of our order of business. And if Councillor Townsend, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Townsend, if Evan can pull it up, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Director Smith and Director Kate for bringing this back. One of the concerns with it is Councillor Sorrento and I have received many phone calls from residents in the Grantham Avenue area, Roehampton Avenue area, where there have been many situations where shopping carts have just been left abandoned on Grantham Avenue and on Roehampton in the middle of the road. So although the report does recommend a sense of status quo, I'm asking maybe if Director Smith could touch on, some type of approach to dealing with this issue, because it has been an issue, and we've been receiving calls weekly with carts just left on the street. I'm wondering if there is something that, from the city point of view, that working with Niagara Regional Housing, if this is something that would help alleviate this situation. I wonder if you could just touch on that.
Okay, so Director, I'm going to go to CAO Oaks because I don't know if Director Smith is on, but we do have Acting Director John Kukalis. I'll go over to CAO Oaks.
Mayor, that's correct. Mr. Kukalis can answer the question, but what I can do is just to provide a bit of an intro. With regards to working with other agencies, we can definitely do that, but I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Kukalis to speak specifically to the report.
Sorry, thanks. Yeah, so again, the report was trying to answer a sort of a very specific question, which really was a request to look at penalties and controls towards loss. And I think we sort of went over that. In terms of specifics, by all means, if certain councillors or council have a particular problem in a ward, we can certainly have discussions. Again, I think in that particular ward, there's some large housing projects sort of the housing project administrators. And we can certainly have a larger eye to the issue and try and narrow down some of these specifics. Because anything we can do to keep these out of the waste streams improvement. So we're not opposed to that. If you've got some locations, we certainly don't mind having some discussions with the actual areas and businesses of concern.
Councillor Townsend?
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I guess, just my concern, and I'm sure Councillor Sorrento would share the same, is that we've received calls and we've seen photos of, the carts being left in the middle, and I would hate to see a car, driving at night, hitting one of the shopping carts and it causing any type of injury to someone. So if you are suggesting that, we can work with Niagara Regional Housing, and if there are specific areas where we can, if Councillor Sorrento and I were to send an email to staff to kind of focus in on that area, then I would be, that's sufficient enough for me. And I appreciate staff taking the time to research this and bring forward what other municipalities have done. So thank you. And I have no other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And just to clarify, Councillor Sorrento, will you be seconding this motion?
I will.
Thank you.
It looks like I will be. Yes, I'll second
Oh,
that.
sorry, Sorrento. Sorry.
That's okay, Harris. Councillor Harris.
Okay, that's carried. Okay, we'll go on to 3.8, which is another lifted item as we head into the 6 o'clock time. This would be the creation of a municipal land development corporation report that has been brought forward, and Councillor Sorrento will speak to it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be very brief. That staff not be directed to and the rest of the motion. Mr. Mayor, I don't think that we need a municipal land development corporation. We can do without it. City staff, the city can buy and sell property as has been evidenced in the last couple of terms and probably in perpetuity. And I don't think that we should be spending $50,000 for a consultant, especially during COVID. So that's essentially all that I have. So I just can't support this fundamentally. And I certainly hope that my colleagues see it the same way. That's all I've got. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be opposing this and supportive of the staff recommendation. I think staff laid out a lot of very clear reasoning why this made sense. I will say, I think that the idea to not spend the money is penny wise and pound foolish. I think we need to be taking steps. We're, dealing with the GM property, and this was really what crystallized it for me in conversation with Councillor Porter and with others. A municipal land development corporation may have given different avenues for the municipality with respect to the GM property. I think it's a step that we can take, which gives us a better opportunity to be able to deal with empty parcels, to deal with concerns throughout the city. And if you look at the experience in other municipalities, it has made sense. So I'm very much in favor of hiring the consultant and getting a report back from staff. And I would hope council would defeat this so that the staff recommendation can be put on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege. I certainly hope, but just like clarification from Councillor Cisco, you weren't implying that I was foolish, correct? You were just using a statement, correct?
Yes, the phrase penny wise and pound foolish.
Right, because should this, I'll do my homework. We'll see who's foolish. We'll see how foolish it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I also strongly recommend voting this down. I hope everyone took the time to read the staff report. It outlines pretty clearly why we need this. I think we just need to look at the huge sites around the city, GM, Port Dalhousie, General Hospital, to see why we need to be more involved in development in this city. We can't wait years and years and years. I would hope anyone who's on the Surplus Land Task Force, which is a great new initiative we have taken, has seen that even as the city, even on public land, it's sometimes been a struggle to get these lands developed. And I know anyone on that task force knows the amount of work we've done on a property that we already own. So I don't actually believe this is something we're capable of doing effectively right now. The report outlines other cities have had a lot more success. $50,000, sure, decent amount of money, pales in comparison to the potential it will give us to transform the city in an incredibly meaningful way. I think people are sick and tired of these sites going undeveloped and not being developed in a way that benefits the community. The Municipal Development Corporation would give us a huge leg up in being able to really transform some of these sites and the sites to come in years to come in St. Catharines. So I think this is a small investment in something that's going to end up being transformational. So I certainly recommend voting down and going with the staff recommendation. Again, I think it's a really strong one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Garcia, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am strongly in support of Councillor Sorrento's recommendation. I believe that we have a property manager who is quite capable of working on selling or working with any property that we have. It's not like if we have thousands of properties. And we had a pretty capable property manager before as well, and they were able to handle all these things. And I certainly cannot justify spending $50,000 to do a study to look at whether we should do this or not. It seems to me we're quite capable of doing it now. We're talking about properties owned by the city, and as I said, we're not talking about thousands of properties that we're trying to buy or sell. And I don't believe the city is in the real estate sales or development business. And I will second Councillor Sorrento's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Okay, Councillor Phillips, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff, I guess I'll direct it to CAO Oaks. It shouldn't be going to him. He can direct it to whoever it should be going to. As far as excuse me, as far as the other municipalities that have a land development corporation, can you give me examples, like specific examples of how this did work? You know, sites that have been purchased and if you want sold or flipped by the land development corporation, where there has been successes specifically?
Certainly. Maybe I'll start and then I'll hand it over to the solicitor. But there are quite a few examples of municipalities that are in the land development game from an industrial property standpoint. They're able to service properties and then use those. The city of Welland, just to the south of us, have been quite successful in that front in terms of getting more development. That's not necessarily what is, I believe, intended with this project. It's more about looking at other sort of land holdings that the city has either currently in operations and looking at ways to move them forward. But I'm going to pass it over to Heather to provide a bit of a overview of the research that was put into this report specifically.
Thank you, through the chair to council. Staff has not done a deep dive in terms of evaluating how successful this has been in other municipalities. We've done a just general review. There are a number of municipalities that do have municipal land development corporations. The city of Oakville has one. I just learned recently that the city of Ottawa has one. Other municipalities, town of Midland has one. Other municipalities have chosen a different road in terms of looking at how they manage strategic real estate. Some of them have built informal partnerships or changed how they do things internally to make that more strategic and to provide more internal capacity. There are a number of options which ultimately the consultant might recommend, but that is the intention of taking this very first step in that process, to have a consultant review what the city's strategic real estate is, what the desire of council is, get perspectives from staff, and really to give council some options to look at, which will certainly include a municipal land development corporation, but may not ultimately be what council decides. But this is the intent of the work that's being asked for in this report, is to have a consultant do that deep dive and look at what other municipalities have done and to provide some assessment as how it's worked for them.
So as Councillor Garcia mentioned, we have personnel who look after our real estate needs now. What would this land development corporation be doing that our staff that are looking after real estate sales now? How is it, why is this development corporation going to be so much better than the personnel that we have now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, staff are not suggesting that a municipal land development corporation is necessarily better than in-house. The purpose of the recommendation is to do that kind of assessment, to look at strategic real estate and whether or not a municipal land development corporation could provide a function here at the City of St. Catharines, which will enhance our ability to make strategic real estate decisions. It doesn't presume that that is necessarily the way to go, but the consultant will be looking at our capacity in-house and what other municipalities do, including municipal land development corporations, and how they're resourced, and providing council with that advice in terms of whether or not a corporation or some other options might strengthen St. Catharines' ability to do strategic real estate. So that's not something that's been decided, and it's not part of the recommendation of this report. What we're recommending is that you do the analysis necessary to demonstrate whether or not this would be a better way for the City of St. Catharines to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is, how many significant land holdings do we have?
City Oaks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have quite a number of land assets that we currently own. All of them, the majority of which are being used for city purposes, whether they're arena sites or facilities or parks. I think if you're referencing properties that could be repurposed, that's something that staff haven't necessarily assessed on how best we could utilize either properties that are currently slated for or currently underutilized. I look at the courthouse as an example, some of our parking garage space and other properties throughout the city that we just don't currently have the capacity to look at from a holistic standpoint. So the intent of this is really to assess whether or not we can manage it as Salter has said, whether we can manage it in-house or we need some additional resources. But we do have the properties that we do own have a significant number of leases and different types of agreements that are put on those parcels that our realty division is responsible for, and that takes up a significant amount of time in addition to the insurance portfolio that they also manage.
Okay, thank you. But I would have thought that's why we have real estate firms in the city. If we can identify properties that are underutilized, then we go to the real estate firms and find out what they can do. So it's no different than any other person who has property. And I'm of the opinion that we should not be in the development business. We should not be buying land for development purposes. And the comment was made that we have properties that are not being used, that are not being developed. Well, there's a reason for that. The development committee or community considers that the demand is not there. and that people are not interested because of risk. And the risk may be environmental or it may be other market forms of risk. And they have the experience to deal with these properties. We don't. So I'm not supportive of the city getting into the development business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I will be supporting Councillor Sorrento's amendment. I've been doing a lot of research and talking to people about municipal land development corporations for a long time. And I've done tons of research, and I hope that councillors will take a look at some of the municipalities that do have municipal land development arms or corporations. Create TO, for example, is the real estate division of the City of Toronto, and they have created thousands of units of affordable and mixed income housing. They have a whole arm with experts, and they make strategic decisions that are based on council's priorities. So if the City of Toronto, for example, wants to create affordable housing or good mixed income housing near transit routes, this is something that Create TO can work with, sometimes in partnership with developers, because as Councillor Kushner mentioned, we don't always have the expertise in-house to do this. So as I've been on council and even just being a resident of the City of St. Catharines, I feel that there are some examples where some opportunities have passed us by because we didn't take strategic risk by acquiring certain properties, hanging on to certain properties. So this isn't just about affordable housing, although it's part of it. This is about making strategic real estate decisions for our taxpayers. And I feel that since we have one person working on all of the real estate files, there's no evidence that we're making really good strategic decisions, because I don't think we ever talk about real estate. Real estate has become a commodity in the city. It's quite valuable, and it makes a lot of sense for us to be even more strategic about the real estate that we have, the real estate that we might need to acquire according to our strategic decisions. We have residents all across the city asking us to get involved in building affordable housing, asking us to take control of certain developments. We need to explore this. Cities like Calgary, Edmonton, Oakville, Midland have created these types of real estate wings, and they've done fantastic work. If you look at Toronto's examples, there's tons and tons of projects. There's brownfield projects. They just announced one recently where they're turning a parking lot into affordable housing. They're creating partnerships with developers, not-for-profits, and they're also maximizing revenue from leases, which is something I think we need to look at. So what we're asking council to do is to take a look at it. Are we being as strategic as we possibly can with the real estate we have? Are we making good long-term decisions for ourselves, for our taxpayers, in terms of affordable housing? Is there real estate we need to be thinking about acquiring for the future, and not sit back and wait? And this consultant is going to take a look at what other cities are doing, and we'll be able to do a deeper dive. So the decision today isn't to do it, it's to have this person take a look at the real estate assets we have and what kind of resources we need to be more strategic in the future. So I hope council will take this opportunity. I think this is the big picture visionary stuff that we need to do moving forward. I'm quite excited about it, and I hope that council will take this on and we can start being strategic.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. I guess the question, like a few weeks ago, we voted to hire a consultant to look into our insurance. I'm just wondering if the CAO could comment, like, this isn't just about real estate. This is the idea of setting up a corporation. Do we have the time, and I don't want to say do we have the expertise or capacity to set up the structure of a municipal land development corporation, but do we even have that skill set available or the time required to do that?
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm actually going to defer this to Ms. Salter.
Director Salter.
Okay.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have the expertise. I would not say that we have the capacity in terms of the time. We've done municipal service boards with respect to the PAC. We've restructured the St. Catharines Hydro Inc. But as council will recall, all those projects took a great deal of time and strained our capacity, and frankly, in my opinion, took longer than they should have to be completed because of that. But I think I want to stress that the purpose of this consulting is not to establish the corporation. It's to decide what we want to achieve through strategic real estate and what's the best way to do it, which may or may not ultimately be a municipal land development corporation. That's one option which will be considered, and ultimately all options and recommendations will come back to council. Should council decide ultimately that the case has been made for municipal land development corporation, it's at that point we would consider whether or not we have the resources available to do it in-house, or if that's something that we would need to send outside and what the associated costs would be. So that would be information that would come forward to council at a later date.
That's perfect. So it's in your opinion, we don't really have the capacity at this time to implement it. And when you talk about the Performing Arts Center and Hydro, we also retained outside legal opinions or counsel to make those things come to fruition?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not with the PAC. With SCHI, there was a small amount of external used on that, but at the end, our internal team brought it over the line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris. Seeing no other further questions, I'll just ask direct CAO Oaks in terms of strategic initiatives. As we've gone through a strategic process, would you consider this as CAO a strategic initiative?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, specifically the analysis that we're looking to do for a corporation, yeah, this is something we want to get right, and knowing the plan to move forward is, we want to be able to have the proper due diligence put forward for that. So definitely this would be, this step would be a strategic piece of that puzzle.
Okay, and I think that's an important piece, because what we need to do is make sure that we're looking at every opportunity to generate long-term revenue opportunities for the city as well. A lot of councillors talk about having to make tough decisions, but if we also look at a revenue opportunity, and this is what the municipal development corporations have shown, is that there's long-term revenue growth that can come out of these corporations that you don't get out of simply putting it on the real estate market in one given year. It allows for much more strategic thinking around that. So if we can see that in the report, and through CAO Oaks to Director Salter, making sure that examples of the revenue opportunities that are evident today would help at least council get a better understanding, because we have to say to the taxpayers, are we spending $50,000 today in order to look at a system that'll create millions of dollars in revenue moving forward? And if that's the case, then I'm there all day long. And that's what I think we'll at least be able to look at. But if we don't go down this road, every budget cycle, we're just going to be looking at cutting more services. That's what it comes down to. So I'll be in favor of it, and I'm looking forward to seeing the report come back. And hopefully, as Councillor Phillips said, there will be some great examples of where the revenue gains come from, so that we as councillors can start to forecast some potential opportunities as well. To the clerk, call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
No.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Senzik.
No.
And that's lost.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, Councillor Cisco.
The staff recommendation is contained in the report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, call the question to the clerk.
Is Counselor, do you have a seconder?
Second.
I'll second that.
Counselor Miller, second.
Thank you. Counselor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
No.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
No.
Counselor Littleton,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
No.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
No.
Mayor Senzik,
Yes.
and that's carried.
Right, so that takes care of those two motions. Thank you, council, for moving the agenda around. We're going to go back into a public meeting, and council is reconvened. Thank you, Bonnie. Got my gavel. The Planning and Building Services, we got a public meeting on Lakeport Road, 93 and 95 Lakeport Road, and 9 John Street. Application to amend the city's official plan, the Garden City Plan and zoning bylaw 213-283. Purpose of the public meetings and to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposal of the amendments on official plan and zoning bylaw as said 213-283 regarding 93, 95 Lakeport, 9 John Street. Planning Building Services held an open house and prepared a report on the application. Planning meeting will proceed as follows. Ms. Charlotte McEwen, Planning and Building Services, will explain the proposal. Public will have an opportunity to speak. As of Sunday at 11:59 p.m., June 27th, no one had registered to speak. Members of the public were provided opportunities of written submission. You have received written submission and council correspondence. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing by any other appeal members without the permission of the tribunal. So the applicant will speak, and then the staff will respond to questions, and the public meeting will be closed. Now I'll call upon planner Charlotte McEwen to present the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council, attendees, and senior staff. The public meeting this evening is regarding applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 93 and 95 Lakeport Road and 9 John Street. Next slide. The official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are requested to permit an existing dental office on the commercially designated 95 Lakeport Road to expand onto the abutting residentially designated properties of 93 Lakeport Road and 9 John Street. The proposal is for a single-story building addition to the dental office and the construction of a second parking area to serve the office. Next slide. The lands are located on the north corner of Lakeport Road and Old Lakeshore Boulevard, and they also have frontage on John Street. Next slide. The existing dental office is pictured here as seen on the subject lands. You can see an existing parking area to the right, and the addition will come off the left. Next slide. This is a view from John Street, showing the view through the currently residential lands, which are the proposed site of the addition, which are currently vacant. Next slide. The surrounding uses to these lands include residential dwellings to the north across John Street, seen here. Next slide. This commercial plaza, the rear of this commercial plaza is across Old Lakeshore Boulevard from the development. Next slide. These vacant future development lands to the south across Lakeshore Road, or across Lakeport Road rather. Next slide. And the 2 directly abutting residential dwellings to the west are seen here. Next slide. This concept plan shows the proposed site layout. The existing dental office is shown here lightly shaded, and the proposed building addition is the darker gray portion. There is an existing parking area seen on the right here that contains 14 parking spaces and has accesses to Old Lakeshore Boulevard and to John Street existing. A second parking area is shown on the left containing 18 parking spaces, and it is proposed to have access to John Street as well. Should the proposed amendments be approved, the development will be required to go through the site plan approval process, which will address the details of the development design. Next slide. The proposal to expand the dental office has been evaluated against provincial policies. The subject lands are located within a settlement area under the provincial policy statement and a built-up area under the growth plan. The proposed amendments facilitate a development that is consistent with provincial policies. Next slide. The proposal has also been evaluated against regional policies, and the lands are located within a built-up area as identified in the regional official plan. The plan supports development of land uses in urban areas where appropriate servicing and infrastructure exist, where they provide for a diverse mix and range of compatible land uses, and it supports the achievement of complete communities. These amendments are consistent with the regional official plan. Next slide. The city's Garden City Plan, the official plan, Schedule D1, designates the lands containing the existing dental office as commercial, shown in red, and the rest of the lands as neighborhood residential, shown in yellow. Next slide. The proposal is to amend Schedule D1 to redesignate the residential lands to commercial as shown here to permit the expansion of the dental office. Next slide. Schedule E1 of the official plan further designates the lands as community commercial containing the dental office and permitting the office use. And the proposed expansion lands are designated low density residential, which permits a range of residential uses at a density of 20 to 32 units per hectare. Next slide. And the proposal is also to amend Schedule E1 to redesignate the low density residential lands to community commercial as shown here. Next slide. Section 16.1 of the Garden City Plan outlines the policies to be considered whenever evaluating any amendments to the official plan. The application has been evaluated against these policies and is in conformity with this section of the plan using vacant lands efficiently. It represents regeneration and enhancement of the built environment in this location. It allows for compatible, efficient, sustainable building, and the site, streetscape, neighborhood, and community design and greening can be accommodated. It is consistent with provincial and regional policy plans. The subject land is suitable for the use. The compatibility with surrounding land uses is achievable through site plan approval. It does not bring instability to a stable area. The sufficient servicing capacity is available. There are no financial implications for the city itself, and it does not set an undesirable precedent. Next slide. Section 9 of the official plan outlines policies that are specific to the commercial designation and provides the direction for the use and intent of community commercial centers. A community commercial center includes multiple commercially zoned properties clustered into a center intended to serve the commercial needs of the local area residents. Any expansion of a community commercial center requires an official plan amendment, which is being considered tonight. And the official plan permits community commercial centers to be between 2 and 12 hectares in size. The proposed expansion is approximately 0.1 hectares of additional commercial land being added to the existing 3.9 hectare center for a total of around 4 hectares. Next slide. A portion of the lands are located within the mixed use intensification special study area. The study area is intended to trigger a study to be completed at the time of any major development application coming forward within the special study area to establish a range of denser transit supportive housing opportunities with a mix of commercial, employment, institutional, and recreation uses, and to establish urban design strategies for the area as it intensifies. In this case, the proposal is very limited in its scope and size. The impact on the amount of commercial space being provided or on any increases in traffic to the area is minimal, and any urban design matters can be addressed through the site plan process. There is no special study triggered by this development as it is not considered major for the purposes of this interpretation. Next slide. This map shows the zoning designation of the lands, which, like the official plan, have low density residential, in this case, traditional neighborhood R2 zoning on the residential lands, and the community commercial C2 zoning on the dental office lands. Next slide. The proposed amendment is to rezone the entirety of the lands to community commercial C2 with special provision 162 for site-specific provisions applicable to the proposed dentist office. Next slide. This is the special provision. It's proposed to address elements of the site design that do not meet the provisions of the community commercial zone. This includes exterior side yard setback, minimum required yard and landscape buffers along residential lands, the maximum non-commercial gross leasable floor area on the site, the minimum parking requirements, and the landscape buffering specifically along the parking area. Next slide. The front lot line of the property is technically along Old Lakeshore Boulevard. The requested setback to the exterior side yard, therefore, is the setback from Lakeport Road, highlighted here. The applicant proposes a reduced setback from 3 meters to 2 meters in this location, which allows it to be built in line with the existing building. The setback also takes into account a regional road widening, which is to be applied at the site plan stage and is shown on this plan. Next slide. The building setback of the new addition from the neighboring residential property is proposed to be 3 meters in this location, which is a reduction from the required 7.5 meters. The 7.5 meter setback is generally needed to avoid potential nuisance impacts from the permitted commercial uses on neighboring residential uses and to keep them appropriately distanced. The single-story office addition is not likely to negatively impact neighboring residential dwellings if it is at 3 meters from the lot line. The use is generally quiet and the typical hours of operation of such a use don't conflict with the enjoyment of residential property. Additionally, there are no privacy concerns with the reduced setback, as the site plan process will ensure that any window size and placement along this building face of the addition is appropriate given the proximity to the neighboring lot. And next slide. The landscape buffer along the commercial parking area is requested to be reduced from 3 meters to 2 meters in these locations. This impacts 2 different zoning provisions, as the buffer is required along parking areas of this size, and it's also required along commercial uses in general. The proposed reduction is requested for these pinch points between the corners of the proposed parking area and the lot line. The site plan process will ensure that the landscaping in the overall buffer is sufficient to screen the uses from the adjacent residential. 2 meters is considered sufficient to sustain appropriate landscaping in this context, and through the site plan process, a privacy fence will also be required to help mitigate any impacts that the reduced buffer might have on neighboring residential. Next slide. The existing dental office is considered to be a non-commercial use in our bylaw. In the C2 commercial zone, non-commercial uses, including office uses, are permitted to occupy up to a maximum of 40% of the gross leasable floor area of any development, to ensure that the focus of the community commercial centers is primarily commercial in nature. The existing dental office was approved and constructed prior to the adoption of the current zoning bylaw. It was legally constructed as entirely office space. The expansion of the existing dental office will not negatively impact the availability of commercial space in the overall community commercial center. The increase in the non-commercial floor area for the dental office also doesn't prevent any future use of the site for commercial uses. And overall, the proposal to recognize and expand the dental office does not detract from the commercial focus of this center. Staff support the requested increase in the maximum non-commercial gross leasable floor area at this location. Next slide. Office uses require a parking ratio of 1 space for every 28 square meters of gross leasable floor area. And the proposed development currently has 14 existing and 18 proposed parking spaces, totaling 32 spaces. This represents a parking ratio of 1 space for each 33 square meters of gross leasable floor area. The existing dental office was approved and constructed with a reduced parking requirement of 14 spaces, where 27 spaces would have been required under the former zoning bylaw. The overall development, which was previously approved with a reduction of 13 parking spaces, will now have a reduction of only 7 spaces. Any additional parking spaces on the property could compromise the amount and the location of the landscaping on the property, as well as reduce or eliminate the building addition, which would render the application much less feasible. It is considered appropriate for the property to increase the number of available parking spaces while facilitating the expansion of the dental office, which does result in a reduced parking ratio, but it is considered appropriate and sufficient for these properties. Next slide. The application was circulated to all appropriate departments and agencies, and no objections have been received. As I mentioned earlier, the region of Niagara has requested a road widening to be conveyed along Lakeport Road, and it has also requested a daylight triangle at the corner of Lakeport Road and Old Lakeshore Boulevard to be provided as well. Next slide. An open house was held on January 14th, 2021, with 3 members of the public in attendance, and each attendee also submitted written comments. Next slide. This is a list of the concerns raised through the consultation process. Stormwater management came up. Through the site plan process, the stormwater management of the development will be reviewed by the city. No additional runoff onto adjacent properties is permitted, and stormwater runoff will not increase from the site. There was also the concern of the impact of the new parking area on John Street, a small residential street. Since the open house was held, 1 parking space has been removed from the site to increase the landscape buffering area along John Street between the new parking area. And so the buffer now meets our zoning requirements, and through the site plan process, will ensure that the area is planted in a manner that adequately screens the use and contributes to a visually appealing streetscape. There's a concern about where couriers and patient drop-off might go and how this will impact John Street as well. The new parking area cannot accommodate a turnaround or throughway for delivery vehicles. However, the vehicles could pull into the existing or new parking areas and complete deliveries from the parking spaces or the drive aisles if necessary. And if they choose, they could also use the legal street parking spaces available in the vicinity, as long as they are legally stopping on the roads. There is a concern for the potential for future introduction of commercial uses even further into the neighborhood. This specific expansion of a commercial center is carefully considered on its own merit, and the approval of these amendments would not provide any indication of approval for future commercial expansion into this neighborhood. This is a modest expansion of a local business with minimal impact, and the residential neighborhood is still predominantly residential and is expected to remain this way. There was the concern of an increase in traffic on John Street. Lakeport Road, and there was an ask that the access to the new parking area be from Lakeport Road as opposed to John Street to mitigate this. Lakeport Road is a regional arterial road, and the region does not support any accesses from the new parking area to Lakeport Road. The applicant has put an effort to ensure that access and adequate parking are limited in impact on John Street. The access to the new parking area is located around 40 to 45 meters from the corner of Old Lakeshore Boulevard. So it's not expected that there will be sufficient traffic increase, and certainly not down the majority of the street. There was a concern of the loss of private trees on the site where the residential buildings have been demolished. The city does not currently have a bylaw addressing the removal of private trees. And it's understood that most of the existing trees on these lands have been removed already. So the tree protection in this development will be focused on surrounding neighboring trees in proximity to the lot line, but any trees on site may have already come down. And finally, there was a request that fencing be provided at the street along the new parking area to screen the parking area from adjacent houses and from John Street. It is the opinion of staff that any fences in this location should be in compliance with the city's fence bylaw, which does not allow for fences on non-residential properties, which does allow for fences on non-residential properties to have a maximum height of 3 meters. However, at the street, this would not be appropriate, and the fence height does not increase privacy from a parking area. We would prefer that this be done through landscaping and buffering as secured through the site plan process. Next slide. In summary, staff recommend that council approve the applications as outlined in the staff recommendation, as they are consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform to and do not conflict with the growth plan and the regional official plan and the applicable policies of the city's official plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. McEwen. And we now will have the applicant speak, since there has been no delegation to speak tonight. The applicant has heard from the city planner, so if there's supplemental information from the applicant, that would be the start of this discussion.
Good evening, everyone. This is Diane Ramos, planner with NPG Planning Solutions, and I'm here tonight with our principal planner, Mary Lou Tanner. We are the agents representing Lakeport Properties. We just wanted to thank staff for providing a very thorough presentation. We don't have anything further to add. We prepared a PowerPoint that would cover a lot of the similar information. We reviewed the staff report and we have nothing further to add. Again, we are here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Greatly appreciated. We have Councillor Williamson had his hand up first, then Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Ramos and Ms. Tanner. In terms, there was a question raised by local residents in regard to runoff or a potential drainage issues. Would you be amenable to using permeable pavers or some kind of situation where the water percolates into the ground as opposed to has flash runoff?
Through you to the chair, we haven't gone that far in the process yet. We did prepare a preliminary grading plan, and further detail will be looked at during the site plan stage. That is something that we can bring up to our client to see if they would consider. However, as of now, the preliminary design drains the water to Lakeport Road.
Right, and you may not be able to answer this question or not, but the trees that were on the property have been removed. Do you know if there was trees that could have functioned around the perimeter of the property as buffer? If they've been kept as opposed to been removed, you know, if there was trees located around the edges that could have served as a buffer. Repeating myself.
Through you to the chair, I do know that there are some existing trees on the neighboring properties that are along the boundary line. So those are to remain and they will not be touched or removed.
Thank you. And should this get approved tonight, you won't be coming back to make any minor adjustments or changes to what council approves?
Through you to the chair.
No. Sorry, in terms of setbacks and things like that.
No, what we've gone through the site plan and we've taken a look at the site plan in accordance with the zoning bylaw, and we do not expect any further changes down the road.
Thank you very much. And I believe there's no parking all the way up and down John Street, and the issue of the couriers and people, and there's more and more of them doing deliveries and to dental officers. There's a lot. Where is there a place for them to come in and come in and come out?
Through you to the chair, they stop along John Street. That's what we've heard. There is potential for them to potentially stop at, I believe, Old Lakeport Road or within the proposed parking areas. There are other alternatives that we can review with our client.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Garcia, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions, and I think they're largely to Ms. McEwen, our planner. I know that she mentioned in her presentation the concerns that the community had, and there was quite a detailed letter from one of the residents that was in our sugar sink folder. And setbacks is one area of concern for sure. And basically, I don't think our staff has agreed with any of their suggestions. But I just want to ask, when we say that a dental office is not likely to be a nuisance that negatively impacts the neighbors, I would agree with that as far as what a dental office is. But can we guarantee that? In other words, is this approval limiting the use of that commercial facility to a dental office? Because otherwise, we could say that the dental office doesn't cause a nuisance, but what if they sell it and convert it to a bar or to something that does create a nuisance?
Through the mayor to councillor, the special provision does specifically apply to a dental office. It is to permit a dental office with the requested setbacks. If any additional commercial use was proposed on the property in the future, some years from now, the dental office were demolished or wanted to become something else, that use would not have these adjusted, altered setbacks and would have to either come through to obtain them themselves or would have to meet the actual required setbacks.
Thank you. Second question, you just mentioned recently about the fact that they had suggested fencing to separate the parking lot from John, I guess, and that staff thought landscaping was more appropriate. Can you explain why you think that landscaping, which is more open, would be more appropriate than a fence?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it is preferred to have greening for the streetscape. Generally, large, tall privacy fences directly at the street are not permitted or not favored in our fence bylaw, and certainly not in our urban design policies. We'd rather see plantings, but we can certainly focus on plantings that are also screening, that are coniferous, that are as opaque as landscaping can be. It would just be seen as more appropriate than having effectively a wall right at the street, at the sidewalk.
Thank you. I think that a thick coniferous hedge of some kind would be appropriate. Like if I lived right across the street there, I wouldn't want to be looking at a parking lot of a dental office. Last question, when you said that you did not think that there were significant traffic impacts, did you take into account the potential traffic from the development that our planners approved across the street?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we did not specifically do a traffic impact study on this development, so it wouldn't necessarily have taken any of that into account. That development was considered on its own. This is 18 additional spaces, creating, essentially providing parking that comes closer to meeting the parking requirements for this use. It's expected that a lot of these parking spaces will be accommodating people who are currently parking on the streets in the area when they come for their appointments. So it's not likely to generate new traffic, but to accommodate those who are coming to the dental office already. The addition itself is actually quite small and would only require a few parking spaces. They're adding more.
Thank you, but would that now be compounded by the fact that it seems to me, if memory serves me right, that that development that got approved across the street over the objection of all the residents, and now they're trying to sell it or just sold it, includes something like 60 units or something, which would create a lot of extra traffic.
Through the mayor, is that was there a question from the councillor?
Yes, should that not be taken into account when you consider the potential traffic impact?
If Planner McEwen, if you want to answer, or Director Kitte is also available as well, because we're talking about another project across the street.
I'll let Director Kitte take it if she does not mind.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Taryn. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor, the development across the street at Lakeport was only around in the neighborhood of 50 some odd units, the 50 residential dwelling units. We know that people who reside in multi-unit buildings come and go at multiple times during the day and different times during the day. As we've heard from the planner on the file and the applicants, that this is proposed to be a dental office with set day, separate start and conclusion times. There's not anticipated to be any impact here. City transportation and traffic staff have reviewed the application and had no comments. So no, we don't anticipate any interactions or impacts in this area due to the two uses.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Garcia. Seeing no other further questions of the applicants, I want to thank the applicants for attending today. I also want to thank Ms. McEwen for her very thorough presentation. Well done. And I will now call the council to order. Bang the gavel. We have a motion on the floor that council close the public meeting respecting the amendments to official plan regarding 93, 95 Lakeport, 9 John Street. Mover to close the meeting. Councilor Townsend, seconded by Councilor Cisco. All in favor? Meeting is closed. Okay, with that, we now move to the recommendation report. It's on the floor. You see the recommendation there. Not going to read it. It's been part of our agenda for the remainder of the last week and a half or a bit. So with that, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder of the recommendation report. We have Councilor Littleton and Councilor Cisco. Okay, and do we have any further questions on this one? Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. McEwen. Same questions that I asked the planners for the developer, and that is once this is approved tonight, there's not a chance there's going to be adjustments made to setbacks, et cetera.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the Planning Act precludes any owner for coming forward with any minor variances to this property for the next, I believe, 2 years after this amendment is passed. So no, until that time, they wouldn't have the ability to do so.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Seeing no other further hands up, I'll go to the clerk to call a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, there are no special presentations. We'll resolve back into general committee. And this is where we go to 3.3, Planning and Building Services Information Report, supplemental to Ministry of Environment, Conservation Parks presentation regarding 282, 285 Ontario Street. Prior to Ms. Groombridge from the ministry coming forward, I'm going to ask Director Kitte to provide some introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council, the meeting participants, and the public. The properties at 282 and 285 Ontario Street are and continue to be key strategic priorities of this council and all city staff. We have an internal staff team consisting of representatives from PBS, Municipal Works, Fire Services, and Legal, who meet regularly to collaborate, consult, and undertake various actions under our areas of responsibility. In January 2020, the city launched a comprehensive action plan in response to numerous concerns from residents relating to issues around environmental protection, trespassing, and safety. To date, the action plan items have largely been completed and were reported on to council in February, March, May, July, and September of 2020. In the spirit of transparency, the city created a 282-285 Ontario Street Action Plan website where the results of our collective efforts are posted, including reports and memos to council, the ministry's technical test results, and MPCA and ministry correspondence. I will now provide an overview of the city's efforts. To date, the city has launched 4 different legal proceedings, including 39 Building Code Act charges, 3 Fire Code Act charges, 6 waste bylaw charges, and an application to the Superior Court of Justice. Council has been updated on these charges at the time they've been considered by the courts. With regards to the city's waste bylaw, in August 2020, Council enacted a new waste bylaw for the City of St. Catharines. The purpose of the bylaw is to prohibit the use of lands for the disposal and/or storage of waste and to establish standards respecting land maintenance. The waste bylaw seeks to compel property owners to keep their properties clear of surface debris that can cause a nuisance or health and safety hazard. The waste bylaw does not compel property owners to undertake soil remediation. Soil remediation is under the purview of the MOCP. In May 2021, the city laid a charge against the property owners at the Provincial Offences Court with regards to alleged non-compliance with the city's waste bylaw and the order that was issued. A second court date has now been scheduled for September 2021. With regards to the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the MPCA currently has surface water monitoring stations upstream and downstream from the subject property. Surface water quality data is analyzed for standard parameters such as E. coli, suspended solids, and metals, and the MPCA has done this testing since 2001. The results of the MPCA water quality monitoring program are published annually and are available on the MPCA's website under the Conservation Report Cards page. At the request of the city, the MPCA has expanded their analysis of surface water testing of 12 Mile Creek to test for the presence of PCBs. In May 2021, the MPCA sampled 12 Mile Creek upstream and downstream. PCBs were not detected in either of the samples. These results mirror the 2020 testing efforts whereby PCBs were also not detected. The MPCA has committed to undertaking further PCB sampling this summer and fall. The Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, or the MOE-CP, has been an active partner in monitoring the site and advising council, staff, and the public as to the results. The ministry conducted an air monitoring survey in 3 downwind and upwind locations in the vicinity of the subject property. The samples were analyzed for suspended particulate metals and asbestos. No exceedances of suspended particulate metals were found, and furthermore, asbestos was not detected in any of the samples. These results are posted on the city's action plan website and were presented on by the ministry in December 2020. The ministry also undertook surface water sampling of 12 Mile Creek and the storm sewer outfalls during a wet weather event in February 2020. The samples were analyzed and found no concerns with the general chemistry, volatile organic compounds, and acid-base neutral results. The results were found generally to be in line with typical urban stormwater events. Regardless, the ministry recommended and then undertook additional sampling in November and December of 2020. The findings on these 2 sample events were analyzed for solids and PCBs to compare to the previous 2 events. On April 12, 2021, the ministry provided the additional results and findings to the city. These findings were again posted to the action plan website. We welcome and thank Kim Groombridge, manager of the Niagara District Office, for her leadership in this area and for her transparency in reporting back to the city and the public. Ms. Groombridge will be leading her second presentation for council this evening on the additional results and questions posed in advance by council and the community. In terms of next steps, it is council's, the public's, and staff's collective goal that the Ontario Street properties be cleaned up as soon as possible. While we would all like for this to have been completed by now, there are regulations that need to be followed for cleanup efforts to be properly monitored and approved. The ministry's area of responsibility is to ensure that landowners retain a qualified person to develop an acceptable work plan to locate the source of contamination, stop the leakage, and mitigate impacts. This work has begun. The landowners have retained Piers Construction Group, who have retained MTE consultants as a qualified person to undertake the works associated with locating and evaluating the source of PCBs and to develop a work plan for stoppage and mitigate to be approved by the MOE-CP. Once this work plan has been approved by the ministry, Piers Construction Group has committed to providing the approved work plan to city staff and hosting a public information session with the surrounding neighborhood to address questions and concerns as work begins to stop PCB migration. Furthermore, Piers Construction Group and MTE are also undertaking to complete the designated substance survey and the Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessment processes. We fully appreciate and share the concerns and frustrations by the neighboring residents and are optimistic that the appropriate steps are now being undertaken to address the site. City staff will continue to update council and the public on efforts being made at the site. With that, it would be appropriate to introduce Kim Groombridge to council and the public to address the additional findings in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Tammy, and thank you, Mayor Sendzik, for inviting us back to provide an update on our monitoring efforts since our December presentation to council. The results of these additional surface water monitoring samples have been provided in an addendum report, as indicated by Ms. Kite, and provided to the city back in April. The results did indicate a PCB concern on the east side of Ontario Street, and that's what this presentation will focus more on. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there were some questions in regards to the ministry's role and the next steps to address the PCB concentrations that were found discharging from the storm sewer So the purpose of this presentation is to focus on some of those questions that were provided and clarify what our role is and what the next steps can be expected. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of the surface water monitoring survey that was completed, all of the sampling events and the parameters tested, and the survey outcomes, which were that no measurable impacts to 12 Mile Creek water quality were found. A point source of PCBs was traced back to the property's east side oil grit separator. And the remaining survey results are not a cause for action based on the applicable benchmarks that were discussed in more detail back in December. Next slide, please. So here's a map of the additional surface water monitoring locations that are the focus of today's presentation. The GM manhole STE 53 is the discharge of the east side plant oil grit separator discharge to the municipal sewer. The red dashed line is the path that the municipal sewer follows to discharge ultimately to 12 Mile Creek. The sample for the discharge to 12 Mile Creek was collected at the city manhole at Woodruff Avenue, and the reason for that is at the discharge location at the creek, there's an influence of the flow of the creek, and we didn't want that influence to impact the results. And we also collected samples both upstream and downstream of this municipal discharge location. Next slide, please. So this is an update of the chart that was provided back in the December presentation to give some context and comparison to the other remedial activities that have been undertaken in the 12 Mile Creek watershed as a result of the PCB trackdown work that we've been completing. So just to start with the 12 Mile Creek GM property section of the chart, you can see that the west outfall monitoring from 2003 and then from 2020 are very comparable, no change there. The new location that we sampled at the Woodruff Avenue manhole did reveal results that were comparable to other both tributary discharges and other type discharges to 12 Mile Creek. So to give you some information on the status of the remedial activities at those other locations, at the Beaver Dams Creek sample locations, there were actually 3 phases of PCB remediation that were undertaken there. And those phases were completed in 2008, 2010, and 2013. As you can see, it was a complex remediation, and it did take some time to complete. In the Old Welland Canal area, also upstream of the GM property, there is ongoing remedial work for both Clifford Creek and the Carter Creek locations. These are locations of historic landfills that the city owns, and the city's been very cooperative in undertaking assessment work for both of those discharges and determining ultimately what remedial actions will be necessary. Next slide, please. So the reason I've included this slide is to indicate that, although one of the outcomes of the survey was that there were no water quality, measurable water quality impacts to 12 Mile Creek, it's still a priority of the ministry to address the point source that has been identified that's coming from the storm sewer and ultimately the former GM property. So the Canada-Ontario agreement sets out a series of provincial priorities, and one of those is addressing PCB discharges where they can be identified. So consistent with the principles of this agreement, we are ensuring that the property owner takes action to stop those elevated levels of PCBs discharging. And I've included a link here to the agreement that's recently been updated for information for anyone who's interested. Next slide, please. So the next few slides are going to give an overview of what our abatement role in our process is. These are pretty typical for any issue that comes to our attention that needs to be addressed. So first, we assess the need for interim measures that may be necessary while the abatement work is undertaken. So that includes assessing the potential for exposure and the risk to public health in the area. It also measures, we also look at measures to reduce exposure, both existing measures and any more that may be necessary. and any monitoring that's existing or is required in the interim while the work plan is carried out. So of course, our other role is to ensure that the property owner retains the qualified consultant to prepare that work plan and identify and stop the source of PCBs to the storm sewer. So as the work plan carries out, our role is to require and review progress reports, determine our appropriate compliance tools all along the way. Up front, we're doing voluntary, as I'll discuss, and if that isn't sufficient as we go on, we'll change it as necessary. And we also assess the effectiveness at the end of the work plan being carried out. So if you go to the next slide, the next few slides address each of those individual bullets. So first, assessing the potential for residential exposure. So we heavily rely on our ministry experts to assist us in this area. The discharge is going to a municipal storm sewer, which in itself is a low risk for exposure to the residents. There's been much concern expressed about groundwater flow. Again, our experts have reviewed all of the studies that have been completed historically for the site and indicate that the 12-mile creek, that the flow of groundwater in the area flows towards 12-mile creek, which again is minimal risk to the residences in the area. And from a surface water perspective, on both sides, east and west side of Ontario Street, there are stormwater collection systems that discharge to oil grit separators. And on the west side, that discharge, as you know, goes directly to 12-mile creek. And as I've mentioned earlier, on the east side, that discharge goes to municipal sewer and ultimately 12-mile creek. Next slide, please. So when assessing the risk to public health, we rely again heavily on our partners at the local public health department. They've been consulted along the way here, and we certainly spoke with them when we updated our surface water monitoring results in the addendum. And public health has confirmed that their original comments that were provided back in December have not changed. So these are the same bullets that were provided in the December presentation, and just to reinforce them, the key message here is that the public health believes there is no increased risk of adverse health to persons living in the vicinity of the former GM plant. Next slide, please. So when determining whether or not additional measures are needed to minimize exposure, we look at what's currently existing, and the ministry's guide to eating Ontario fish is in place for the entire province to minimize exposure to a whole host of contaminants that are found throughout the environment in Ontario. PCBs are throughout Ontario, throughout Niagara, throughout Canada. These guidelines are provided by Health Canada to minimize exposure to PCBs. And the guide itself has advisories for Martindale Pond, which is part of 12-Mile Creek. And their PCB-based advisories are for 7 species of fish. I provided a link here if anyone wants the details of what those consumption advisories are, but this is what is in place currently to minimize exposure to PCBs for the public. Next slide, please. Now, from a monitoring perspective, this is a map of the 12-Mile Creek surface water monitoring locations for the Provincial Water Quality Monitoring Network. Ms. Kite referenced this earlier, that MPCA has been doing monitoring for many years. The Lakeport location is in Martindale Pond, and it has been sampling for PCBs in the period from 1993 to 2012. So in that period, there were 170 samples collected that were all non-detect for PCBs, and so that analysis was discontinued in 2013. As a result of this issue and the request from the city, they did revive that sampling last year. All samples to date have been non-detect, and we've agreed to take the next 4 sampling events from the MPCA because our lab offers a lower detection limit. So we'll be doing that going forward. And I have a little note here. There was some concern raised about our drinking water supply to the DQ water treatment plant. That supply, the raw water supply, is extensively monitored by the regional municipality of Niagara. And to be clear, the supply comes from Lake Erie via the Welland Canal and is not from Lake Gibson. So it's independent of this particular issue and not a concern. Next slide, please. So we asked for a work plan at the time that this presentation was prepared. We were waiting for additional details from the property owner, and we've received those details. And late last week, we have accepted the work plan, and the property owner is undertaking that work plan. We've been asked to provide a copy of the work plan. It belongs to the property owner, and the ministry doesn't have the consent to release it. However, I understand from Ms. Kite that there has been a commitment made to present on that separately. We do recognize the significant public interest in the environmental conditions at this site. So we've committed to providing updates to city staff specific to stopping the discharge to the municipal's city sewer, to the city's municipal storm sewer. But we do ask that there be understanding of the ministry's legal obligation to maintain confidentiality, and not everyone recognizes or realizes this, but I've included the section in the Environmental Protection Act that does limit what we're allowed to share. That does not impact anybody's ability to make a Freedom of Information request. That's still available to anyone interested in documents in our files. Next slide, please. So when determining the appropriate compliance tools, we are guided by our compliance policy, and it's available online. I've provided the link here for those who are interested. The first tier is a voluntary abatement. The company is working with us voluntarily and is being cooperative at this point, so we intend to continue using the voluntary approach. If there is at such time, if there's a point in the future that the company stops cooperating, we're evaluating this policy continuously, and mandatory tools can be used if necessary. We've also had questions about the timeline, and it's difficult to 100% commit to a timeline, and that's simply because the results that are achieved during the source identification activities and the complexity of the work to stop the source are key important factors that will determine the long-term timeline to get this property cleaned up. And a good reflection of this is the earlier projects that I identified that took many years in order to complete properly. Next slide, please. And finally, our role is to assess the effectiveness carrying out that work plan. So not only will we be resampling the discharge to the storm sewer in the short term after the work plan is completed, we're also planning to complete a more comprehensive survey of 12 Mile Creek itself, and it'll be multimedia, involve water and sediment and biota monitoring in the creek, and it has to be completed, or the intention is to complete it after all of the PCB remediation projects have been carried out. And this allows us to compare our original monitoring results on the watershed that were collected with those various media, and we can assess the cumulative improvement since the original track down was initiated in the early 2000s. Next slide, please. So I hope I've addressed the questions that have been posed to us, but I'm happy to provide any clarification where it's necessary.
Thank you very much, Ms. Groombridge. Thank you for your thorough presentation. There's a lot of information in there that hopefully we'll be able to convey to the broader public, because I think that it'll shed some light on the additional information that your department as well as the city and the property owner are working on. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And just a couple of questions through you, Mr. Mayor. You talked about a lot of monitoring. Will that be regular monitoring and testing at both the Martindale Pond and the outflow into Lake Ontario?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the monitoring that is ongoing is at the Lakeport location, which is in Martindale Pond, really close to the discharge to Lake Ontario. The additional monitoring I referenced is the Regional Municipality of Niagara monitoring, that they do of the raw water intake to the DQ water treatment plant.
Okay, thank you. And when you talked at the end there about the fact that you're going to test after the work is done, the sediment, which is good because we keep hearing that PCBs drop to the bottom, so the sediment is critical. And when you say biota, does that mean fish and living animals, or?
Yes, that's right. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The fish are the main concern. So there will be young of the year fish, which are newly hatched fish, which will provide an indication of what's bioavailable in that particular year. And they'll also be monitoring for larger fish to determine what the concentrations are in fish that would be included in the fish contaminant monitoring guide for our Ontario Guide to Eating Fish. And quite often we'll also conduct caged mussel studies where we'll put mussels into caged in the areas that we're monitoring to determine what the uptake is on an invertebrate species provided in the environment.
Thank you for that. And the mayor mentioned that this presentation gives a lot of information to the public. Is this presentation available to be shared with the public, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's been provided to the city, and I fully expect that it would be added to the 285 Ontario Street site that the city has established.
Thank you. And last question through you, Mr. Mayor, I think to Ms. Kite. The name Piers rings a bell. Is that the same company that demolished the smokestack without a permit?
Through the mayor to the councillor, Piers Construction Group is a Niagara-based firm. They were not retained by the landowner and were not responsible for the removal of the smokestack without a permit. No.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Groombridge, for the time and effort that you've spent on this since that council meeting where we first passed the motion. I understand from city staff that you've been very cooperative. I also thank you for going to the NPCA and presenting there. I watched you present at that meeting, and I also appreciate that the NPCA is cooperating and doing additional testing. I wonder, are you able to give us an indication of how long PCBs may have been leaving that site at 282 and 285 Ontario Street? And does the ministry have any other indication of how long PCBs have been leaving other sites that you've mentioned, including the Lake Gibson site and the Carter's Creek site, the old dumps that the city owns in the Meriton area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it would be pure speculation for me to guess at a timeline. These are historical discharges, and I think what's important is that they're identified now and that we're taking care of them.
Okay, thank you. Will you be going back to the NPCA again to provide an update? Are there any plans for you? Are you regularly in contact with staff at the NPCA? And have you been asked to go back to an NPCA meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'm not aware of the presentation you're talking about. It must have been somebody else that provided that presentation. But to answer your question, we are the NPCA is one of our partners, and we're in regular correspondence with them on a number of issues.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the work plan by by the property owner or somebody related to the property owner that you've seen, and you mentioned you approved that last week, this work plan. And is it specifically just for the PCB cleanup, or is it for anything else?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the work plan that we received, we accepted. The actions that they've identified in their work plan does not require our approval. So just there is a distinction in our language. So it has been accepted. There are other items in there that are maybe related to, but not specific to the PCB discharge. And unfortunately, I am unable to get into the details of those. But as I committed, as we get progress towards the stoppage of the PCB discharge, I will absolutely provide those updates to city staff.
Thank you. And through the mayor to you again, some of the community members haven't lived through a brownfield remediation. And I think there's some fear and concern that a property owner could just build on a brownfield and they're not familiar with the process with the Ministry of the Environment that a landowner needs to undertake, including like the phase 1 and the phase 2. Could you spend a minute explaining that process? If a landowner, say, wants to develop a brownfield property to residential standards, what needs to happen with the Ministry of the Environment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We did provide a bit of a summary in our December presentation, so everybody's welcome to refer back to that presentation. At a very high level, as you said, Councillor Porter, there is phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessments required. The outcome of those assessments determine whether there are environmental remediation activities necessary. A proponent has a choice to either clean up a site to environmental standards, or they can conduct a risk assessment that will recommend measures to reduce exposure to acceptable levels. In either path, a record of site condition is absolutely necessary for anybody who is intending to change a land use from an industrial site, such as this is the case, in this case, to a more sensitive land use. And that process, although it's proponent driven, the submissions are submitted to the Ministry of Environment, and those documents are reviewed very, very closely.
Thank you. And another question, this is for the public who is watching and maybe hasn't read the agenda. You've tested several times, and I think the last time you tested, the manhole that you tested was one that you didn't test before. Am I correct?
That's right.
Okay. So you continue to do further testing and then found a high level of PCBs in that particular manhole, but it was being diluted as it went into 12 Mile Creek, and made it seem like as if it was, because that's what PCBs do, they dilute. So I want to say I thank you for doing that additional testing. I think the public needs to understand that the work that you're doing, and you provided a lot of information and insight, and this is going to help. This is going to help the long-term cleanup of 12 Mile Creek. And I also want to say that I thank you that the ministry is committing to further testing of 12 Mile Creek as long as the PCBs all along are cleaned up. So in terms of the PCBs, would you say the PCBs at 282 and 285 Ontario Street are in line with the city-owned properties further up? Like, is it all sort of a similar problem in terms of what's going out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's difficult to compare. Again, each site that we discover, we take the site-specific circumstances into account, and the follow-up work plans that are necessary for each site are going to be site-specific. So it is, although we can compare the discharges to the creek from those other tributaries and other discharge points. Beyond that, it's difficult to draw direct comparisons.
Okay, thank you. I think my point there is there's issues on private property, but there's also issues on our own property that the city of St. Catharines needs to contend with. And it sounds as if our staff are working with you, would you say, to address our own properties?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here, Ms. Croombridge. There we go. It's bald if you don't already know. You mentioned about the there's a concentration at Beaver Dams that's been remediated. I just wonder if you could explain what that means. Is most of the threat then there been removed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, there's been extensive, in that case, there was sediment contamination in an extended stretch of the Beaver Dams Creek. And the responsible party has undertaken quite extensive remediation to remove that sediment from the contaminated sediment from the creek. And in addition, has conducted a risk assessment of a source from one of the sources that has been isolated from the creek and will not be impacting any further.
Thank you. And you did mention that our water source is Lake Erie via the Welland Canal. And I believe that the intake is around Allenburg, but as far as unless there's a piping system underground, that the water does flow into Lake Gibson and then into the DQ water treatment plant. Am I wrong in that interpretation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, there is a direct channel, and you're right, from the location of approximately Allenburg, there's a direct channel that goes to the DQ plant. There's an overflow from that channel to Lake Gibson, but the reverse is not true.
Sorry, so our drinking water does not come out of Lake Gibson?
It does not.
Oh, okay, good. So I did not understand. It comes directly from the canal to the water treatment plant. Thank you. Okay. I just thought it was all flowed together. That's good to know. You are focusing on this east side oil grit separator as this primary point source, knowing that General Motors had a fairly sophisticated drainage system for their cleaning fluids and all the other chemicals and stuff that they had, and knowing that it was demolished by the current owner. Is there concerns that there are other point sources, and are you monitoring to check other locations more regularly? Or I just wonder if you could explain that a little bit.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So when we say that there's a point source identified at the oil grid separator, the oil grid separator is accepting all of the stormwater that is contacting the site. So when we say we need the source identified, we mean on the site. So the work plan will trace back where the sources of PCBs are impacting the stormwater that eventually flows to the oil grid separator and discharges to the municipal sewer.
Okay, but the other potential contaminants that go into the ground, is it possible that they're not necessarily being channeled into a storm sewer, that they're just percolating out the bank of the 12-mile creek and going slowly? And do we have any idea of how long this migration of the groundwater and of course the contaminants that would be contained in that groundwater, how fast they move? I mean, I know that there's rain events and we get sudden surges, but is there, I just wonder if you can explain, is there a delayed or lapse between when we'll see the effects of the demolition of the General Motors drainage system that they had?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question. We do have hydrogeologists, experts who have reviewed all of the reports that are available for that site. And essentially their conclusion was the main concern is the surface water because the groundwater flows towards 12-Mile Creek, and that's why our sampling program focused around the surface water aspect of 12-Mile Creek.
Thank you. And has there been any, do we know if there's any other like pipes or tanks potentially under the surface at the General Motors site? Has that been checked?
I couldn't speak to that if I did know, but that is the responsibility of the property owner to determine.
Okay. Do you know if the ministries use ground penetrating radar or any kind of other system to detect whether there's stuff that's subsurface?
The ministry has not conducted any analysis or any surveys on site. That is the responsibility of the proponent that they will do as part of the development of the property.
Okay, and would that potentially be part of this work plan that Peter's contracting, and I guess they have an environmental arm, and they've got a consultant that they're working with. Would they be looking at that?
Again, Ms. Kite has indicated that Peters will present on it, but it's not my place to be speaking to the details of their work plan.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of remediation, we now have a work plan. And my question is, when that work plan is completed, what type of development will be allowed on the site? Will it be multi-use development, or will that take more studies?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, this work plan is specifically to address the discharge of PCBs to the storm sewer and ultimately to 12 Mile Creek. It is not specific to the development of the property. So carrying out this work plan to satisfy the ministry simply addresses the PCB concern.
And what therefore will be the next stage to bring that land into a development mode?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think that's a planning question, I would think.
Okay, so that would go to Director Kite if she wants to expand or leave that.
Thank you. And through the chair to the councillor, the applicant's priority right now, and it's the city's priority as well, is to locate the source of the PCB contamination and stop it up. The next priorities will be to undertake the phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments, as well as the designated substance surveys. That will allow the cleanup works to continue, but more importantly, will outline the areas of contamination on the property and identify plans for mitigation to bring it up to a mixed use, including residential land use that will eventually lead to a RSC, or a record of site condition, being filed with the ministry. So we're dealing with the emergent issue right now, and then we're undergoing the environmental works needed to prepare the site for a mixed use development that was approved through OPA 26, but is now currently under appeal.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, I want to ask about, it's interesting because I know the focus is on the GM lands, but when I looked at the report, what really stood out for me was the Clifford's Creek. And you alluded to it in your presentation that there's some work being done on that, but can you just expand? Because those numbers, I mean, I don't even know what it is, but here's the little line for GM, and here's Clifford's Creek. So I'm just wondering, like, is this alarming? Is it, we're working on it, and what are we doing to work on it? Can you just expand a little on that, please?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the work that the city is undertaking voluntarily to address both the Clifford and the Carter Creek discharges, we've gone through a similar analysis. The time it takes to do the evaluation and determining what measures are necessary are appropriate. As far as the specifics of the discharge, there's a lot of information that is considered when we're determining whether or not there's an impact. The 12 Mile Creek monitoring has shown that there is no measurable impact to the creek itself from these discharges, but again, it's a point source discharge and it does need to be addressed. And that work plan is underway with the city.
Okay, so just
Yes,
area for the GM lands. Oh, sorry, can you
No,
hear
you
me?
won't. Yeah, it's going.
Okay, so I apologize, everybody. It's just I'm a mom, and that's tonight. So we. I would assume that it means there's no harm to those living around the Clifford's Creek area.
So you froze up there, but it sounds like you're asking Ms. Groombridge about the exposure for those living in the Clifford Creek area. Can you
Yeah.
speak to that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's very similar in that circumstance to the GM situation. Again, the risk is in eating Ontario fish, and the mitigation is following the Ontario Guide to Eating Ontario Fish. Other than that, there's not a risk in the area to residents.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Littleton.
Okay, I just had one further question. If I don't even know if you can answer it, but I am going to ask, what if something, because we have a work plan now in place with the owners of the property, what if something was to happen that the owners no longer were solvent or could not do the work? What happens in that case?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a good question, and it really will depend on the circumstances. Again, we have to see how far along this work plan gets. The ministry's priority is to ensure that the owners or responsible parties of pollutant take the necessary action. So again, it really depends on the circumstance, and it's difficult to speculate because those circumstances will help determine what the next steps would be in that situation.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Ms. Groombridge. Ms. Groombridge, thank you for the presentation and the link specifically with respect to fishing. I now know that I can eat 32 bluegill fish in a month and I'll still be okay. So I'm going to make sure I put that link out there for the general public. There has been a lot of frustration, and I'm sure you've heard it from the residents in the area. The information you gave about the risk with respect to groundwater, I think is comforting, but there's still a lot of anger and frustration. So I'm glad to see, and I thank you and the MOECP for being a part of the process and making these presentations to council, because I think it helps to ensure that good information is getting out into the community and misinformation is not spreading. With that said, you obviously have a lot of experience, and the ministry has a lot of experience in this area. I'm wondering, when it comes to PCB issues specifically like this one, is there a general timeline on how long these things can take, or is there a range of timelines? I would imagine it's not a quick thing given the different EAs that have to take place, but do you have any sense of how long something like this could/should take?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, a very good question. And it was with the same as all abatement activities that we undertake, it's very circumstance specific. And we have the details for the initiation of this work plan. How long it will ultimately take really depends on the outcome of the monitoring activities to try to trace the source. And then again, the complexity of the actions that are going to be necessary to control that source. So and again, comparing to any other activity, it is always circumstance specific.
That's good to know. Now, you've said you've seen the work plan and you're comfortable that the correct steps are being taken at this time to address the problem?
Yes, the ministry experts have reviewed it, and like I said, we've accepted that work plan, and we're looking forward to the updates, progress updates from the company.
Okay, and my final question, I'm just curious if you believe there's any stones that have been left unturned, if there's a better way to go about trying to accomplish the goals that the community obviously has, or if we're on the best path right now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this point source has been identified, which is very important. I think it's a good outcome of the survey, and that's what we're focusing on right now. As far as the balance of the survey that's been conducted, it was very thorough, and there was no other concerns identified. So our priorities are going to be to focus on carrying out, ensuring that this work plan is carried out and the source identified and controlled.
All right, well, as I said, I appreciate the presentation and the multiple presentations you've made. I think the community appreciates it. And as I said, it's good to get quality information out there and ensure that misinformation isn't being spread around. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands up. Director Kitse, is there any summary remarks? Are you good?
Through the mayor, not at this time, but if there are any further questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Groombridge, for your presentation. Again, it is great to see the transparency that you bring to these presentations. The information's all in front of us. It's hard to argue with the fact that both the ministry, the city, and those involved with the property are doing what they can currently, especially through the city's website. For anybody watching this, please go to the city's website to look at the information. No one should be out there saying that the city's trying to hide anything. It's all out there on the digital landscape to see. And again, it's a project that is going to take a while, but I can rest assured to the community that we got staff focused on this. We got the ministry. I want to thank MPP Stevens for her work, and Minister Urick for his work in terms of committing the ministry's work on this. You know, it's a big province, but the ministry is doing a great job down here, and as well as the staff. So with that, I'll ask Evan to put the motion on the floor. And it'll be moved by Councillor Cisco, seconded by Councillor Porter. And if there's no further information on this, I'll look to call the question.
We could just have a motion to receive, Mr. Mayor.
Including a motion to receive by Councillor Miller and Councillor Cisco.
Thank you.
All in favor of the receipt, show of hands. That's carried.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you.
All right, so we move on now to 3.4, Planning and Building Services. Brock District Placemaking Manual, presentation from Scott Ritchie, Urban Planning Designer, and Christine McCauley, Acting Director, Long-Term Region Planning for the region. We'll proceed this discussion. Khaldun Ahmed is also presenting with, he's the Manager of Urban Design, Niagara Region. So he will be present. So I've sat through this, I'm going to say at least a half dozen times now. So if you see me exiting the screen every once in a while, like I can recite this verbatim almost, and they've done a great job at the region. It's just, this is not new material to me. So I'll turn it over to the presenters.
Thank you, Mayor Sendzik and members of council. As noted, my name is Kirsten McCauley and I'm the Acting Manager of Long Range Planning at the region. I'll be presenting the Brock District Plan Placemaking Manual alongside the city's urban designer, Scott Ritchie. And as mentioned, my colleague Khaldun Ahmed is also in attendance this evening. This is a project that will implement the direction of the Brock District Plan and has been created in consultation with the City of St. Catharines, the City of Thorold, and Brock University. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this presentation tonight. Next slide, please. So I'd like to start by providing some background context on the Brock District Plan. This slide shows the boundary of the Brock District Plan, which is the Niagara Escarpment to the north, Highway 406 to the east, DeQ Road to the south, and the westerly edge of Lake Moody to the west. The district plan was created by the region in collaboration with the City of St. Catharines, the City of Thorold, and Brock University in recognition of this important growth area and the need to coordinate cross-jurisdictional interests. It was recognized that a shared vision amongst all key stakeholders would allow the Brock area to transform into or transition from an area from lower density employment to higher density mixed use. And the district plan sets out 7 key frameworks for achieving this vision and builds on the district's existing assets. The district plan was endorsed by Niagara Region Council and the City of St. Catharines City Council in 2016 and 2017. Next slide, please. The purpose of the placemaking manual is to provide a consistent design aesthetic to the Brock District area. It is a key implementation tool for the district plan and addresses several of the key strategies and recommendations in multiple key frameworks of the Brock District Plan. Walkable places require a greater degree of placemaking to deliver inviting and rewarding streetscapes, making the area an identifiable and recognizable destination. The manual also provides direction for the inclusion of sustainability measures, promotion of active transportation connections, and leadership in innovative practices. And I'll just hand this over now to Scott to take you through the next couple slides.
Thank you very much. So the placemaking manual identifies a number of public realm improvements throughout the study area, including in Thorold and St. Catharines and on Brock's main campus. I'm just going to briefly touch on two of the key public realm improvements flagged for St. Catharines. The first one is a gateway. So there are three major gateways to the Brock district that are identified in the plan. One coming from the south via Thorold, from the east via Sir Isaac Brock Way, and that one's actually been recently installed by the region. You can see a photo of it there on the right. And then the one that's contemplated for at the top of the escarpment on Glenridge Avenue. Next slide. So this is the preliminary design for the sort of north gateway to the Brock district. The design is based on cut limestone blocks with the Corten steel cutout for the Brock district signage. The design is meant to, evoke the escarpment context. And it's been placed at sort of opposite Hotel du Shaver at an existing bus stop, so that in addition to being just a gateway, it can also serve as a plaza enhanced transit facility, improve pedestrian access into Brock's main campus as well, with seating and landscaping. Next slide. And the other more significant public realm sort of transition contemplated within St. Catharines is a complete reimagining of John McDonnell. Right now, that's the road that wraps around the large commercial plaza that's located at the corner of Glenridge and Sir Isaac Brock Way. Right, it's if you can picture, there's Tim Hortons, there's McDonald's, there's some other commercial buildings. That parcel of land is really the most significant redevelopment opportunity within the Brock district. So the placemaking manual really identifies that there's a transitional opportunity to be had through a reimagining of that street into an environment that's very much more pedestrian focused. It's often called a WUNERV. It's a sort of a design term for it, but in essence, it's a shift in the street design to an environment that functions as a mixed space where pedestrians and vehicles mingle at a very low speed and more plaza-like setting. However, the placemaking manual also acknowledges that implementing that type of street at this time would be premature without knowing exactly until such time as the commercial plaza does redevelop for a much more intensive mixed use project. In the interim, there are recommendations for some additional tree plantings and crosswalk enhancements to get some shorter term gains. But this demonstration plan is further out. Realistically, it would not be implemented until we have a better idea of the land use mix and built form going on that commercial plaza site, which we hope will be fairly intensive when the time comes. So with that, I'll hand it back to Kirsten on the next slide.
Thanks, Scott. So another key element of the placemaking manual is the enhancement of bus stops and parkettes. And this was shown at the gateway location that Scott just presented. So several of the locations around the Brock district would have inclusion of these small parkettes or pocket parks. And these show additional seating, landscaping opportunities, as well as implementation of sustainability features. Next slide, please. 2 furniture palettes have been chosen for new furniture within the Brock area, and this direction is consistent with furniture that's been installed in International Plaza on the regional headquarters site, as well as furniture that's being replaced at Brock University. And these pallets both have a wood and concrete type feel to them. They have also provided some design aesthetic as well as functional purpose with the pebble rocks on the also on the International Plaza site. And furniture will be replaced as needed or determined necessary throughout the district. Next slide, please. Some additional important placemaking elements include wayfinding. So wayfinding will help active transportation users navigate the Brock area. The type of wayfinding marker will depend or be adjusted depending on its location. So for example, the larger kiosk type wayfinding marker might be placed at the bus stops or the gateway locations, where the directional blades may be incorporated into a linear park or along a multi-use path. And wayfinding will also be coordinated with the Canada Games to ensure that people can get into the Brock area and around the Brock area. Sustainable Urban Brock District is also supported through the placemaking manual by encouraging low impact development, rain gardens, and active transportation throughout the district, and provides the placemaking manual provides direction for more sustainable stormwater management practices, and will encourage these throughout the district where they can be accommodated. Finally, public art also contributes to the overall identity, history, and aesthetic of the district. The placemaking manual does identify some locations for public art installations, possible crosswalk enhancements, murals, and wraps for utility boxes. Exact locations, as well as the determination of the type of feature itself, will be determined through a future call for artist process with the applicable stakeholders. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. I just wanted to thank you again for the opportunity to present today. The region is seeking endorsement of the placemaking manual as a commitment to the design direction for the Brock district. And the intent is to have the local municipal councils as well as Brock University Board of Trustees endorse the manual prior to the region bringing it forward to Regional Planning and Economic Development Committee. Ongoing consultation and collaboration meetings will be required to develop an implementation plan. And the implementation plan will look at budget requirements, phasing of projects, as well as opportunities for coordination and alternative funding opportunities or sources, such as grants or incentives that go beyond the local or the regional level. So I thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. McCauley and Ms. Ahmed. Mr. Ahmed, it was great to see the presenters here from the region, and to Mr. Ritchie for your presentation as well. Councillor Harris, you got a question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenters, was there any thought given to, I believe Hotel du Shaver is planning on doing a rebuild or building a new site in the next few years. Has there been any discussions with Hotel du Shaver regarding that property and perhaps moving somewhere else within that area and redeveloping their existing site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for that question. We do have a member from Hotel du Shaver on our technical advisory committee for the Brock District plan. So they have been involved in the process and have had updates. Staff at the region have also been involved in the process with Hotel du Shaver in terms of their master plan. I don't know if Khaldoun, Mr. Mott, has any further updates on that.
No, Kirsten, I don't. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Harris.
Thank you. That's good.
Okay, Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Ms. McCauley and Scott for the presentation. Question, you said that Hotel du Shaver has been involved. What about the 2022 games? Are they involved in the process here? And I specifically asked the question because you talk about public art, and I always attend the meetings of our public art advisory committee, and we have had concerns expressed that the new facility for the Canada 2022 games is not really taking public art into consideration very much. So.
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor to the councillor. We do also have a representative from the Canada Summer Games on our technical advisory committee, and we've had some discussions with them so far, mainly in terms of the wayfinding, but definitely something that we could take back for further discussion with the representative from the Canada Summer Games in terms of implementation of public art. I do know for the games they are interested in enhancing the site and providing some more direction. Mr. Mott, do you have anything further to add?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have had essentially high-level discussions about what to do with the intersection between Niagara region and the Canada Games facility, but those talks have remained at a very high level. But we'll We intend to resume those talks and to develop a number of ideas for that intersection and potential temporary installations that could happen there too. Thank you.
Just, I'll jump in here just as a matter of information. The actual building and the surrounding property is leased to the consortium, which is now, as Councillor Phillips would know, the City of St. Catharines, Thorold Brock. So it's not a Canada Games discussion moving forward. As CAO Oaks would add that any discussion about the public art would have to come in front of the management committee of the consortium partners, because the long-term maintenance and after having to affix a budget to it would be the responsibility of the consortium, not the Canada Games.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, and I would certainly encourage the presenters and the consortium to present or share with the Public Art Advisory Committee when public art questions come up, if at all possible.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. All right, seeing no further questions, a motion to receive. And I think that's what this is, a motion to receive. I've got Councillor Townsend, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Townsend is moving, Councillor Littleton is seconding. And as this is for information, I'll just do oh, we're endorsing it. Sorry. We'll have to do a motion and it'll call the question to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
and Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, thank you to the presenters. We move on to 3.5 Planning Building Services, Port Weller East Traffic and Development. I'll look to Director Kitse to provide introductory comments prior to council's discussion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to share my screen to help with the explanation. Can everyone please confirm if they can see an air photo?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so good evening, Mayor Senzik, and through you to members of council and the public. Council has asked staff to report on the traffic situation, emergency access, and the increased population growth in the last 10 years in Port Weller East, as well as a timeline for the closing of Northrop Crescent. I'm using an air photo of the area to assist in illustrating this overview. There are two subdivision agreements at the heart of this conversation. The Broadway Gardens subdivision is essentially 92 Parkside Drive and the residential lands to the south. The Bromley Gardens subdivision is essentially 94 Parkside Drive and the lands to the north and west. The Broadway Gardens subdivision for 45 single detached homes and 53 townhomes was approved by council in July 2010. A condition of that approval requires a temporary construction access and temporary turnaround in this vicinity until a permanent road connection was either provided to the north or to the east, providing a future road connection to Northrop should the need arise. That condition was appealed to the then Ontario Municipal Board. Legal counsel for the appellant explained that the mix of residential and industrial traffic would create unnecessary safety issues for both user groups. The city's legal counsel at the time told the board that the connection was not necessary or appropriate, and the council that day agreed. As part of the settlement agreement to resolve the appeal, the condition was revised as that lot 33, meaning 92 Parkside, be dedicated to the city for use as a construction access and for emergency access until the completion of the construction of the roads in the subdivision on lands immediately to the north of the subject lands, at which time Lot 33 would be returned to the developer as a building lot. The Bromley Gardens subdivision for 30 single detached homes and 45 homes in a 5-story apartment building was originally approved in 2011, subject to several extensions, and in May 2020, Council approved a bylaw to execute the subdivision agreement. The registered subdivision agreement states, the owner agrees that heavy vehicle construction access shall be limited to Parkside Drive via Northrop Crescent until such time as the primary services, sewers, water main, curbs, granular stone base, and base course asphalt are constructed to the satisfaction of the city's engineer. In August 2020, a motion was brought forward to reconsider this approval. The motion lost, and as such, the subdivision agreement and the conditions therein cannot be modified in absence of the owner's permission to modify the terms of the agreement. Confirmed by a site visit today, the primary services up to and including base asphalt in the Bromley Gardens subdivision have been installed. It is now appropriate for the owner of Broadway Gardens subdivision to request the title of the building lot and apply for a building permit to fulfill the final outstanding conditions of their subdivision agreement and to have the securities returned upon assumption. The traffic impact study completed by both subdivision applicants did not find any capacity issues, and a second permanent access was not required to accommodate future projected volumes. City's traffic operations staff have undertaken traffic counts in this area, which have also found that traffic volumes are to be considered typical for a collector street. Staff were also asked to look into population growth in the area. The 2011 census indicates a population of 700 people for the Port Weller East Census Tract area. The 2016 census indicates a population of 905 in the same area, which can mainly be attributed to the development of the Broadway Gardens subdivision. Since the 2016 census, staff estimate approximately 10 new residential units in the same area. There has not been a substantial amount of development in this area in the past decade. Inquiries have been submitted with regards to a secondary emergency service access. The existing secondary emergency access is via Northrop Crescent, up Peacock Bay, and across the waterfront trail to Stepney Street. Following discussions with municipal work staff, year-round maintenance of the waterfront trail will be completed to ensure the necessary conditions of the secondary access meets the fire services needs. Economic development staff have conducted a survey for the businesses residing in the Port Weller East Business Park. Out of 41 businesses, 20 did not respond, 11 did not want the permanent connection, citing safety concerns and congestion around deliveries and the mixing of large transport trucks moving slowly with personal vehicles moving quickly. 6 businesses were indifferent, and 4 of the 41 were in favor of keeping it open. I'd like to thank the collective efforts of EFES, Municipal Works, PBS, Fire, Finance, and Economic Development on their efforts to provide this information to Council and the public, and representatives from each of these business areas are here tonight to answer any questions Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kitse. Now we have a delegation on the subject matter. There's one person who has delegated, and that is Ms. Linda Crouch will present. And again, just a reminder, we have a 5-minute limit for our presentations. And if Evan can introduce Ms. Crouch into the meeting, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, so Linda, you can go ahead and turn on your camera and microphone, and then once you're on the screen, I will bring up your presentation.
Okay, I've done that. I don't see me on the screen. Oh, there I am. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Mayor Senzik. Greetings to you and our city councilors. My name is Linda Crouch. I'm here tonight representing the Port Weller Residents Association, as I am a board member. Thank you to all of the councilors who took the time to reacquaint yourselves with our developing Port Weller East community. We felt it was essential that you get the lay of the land in person. To be clear, our goal tonight is that you pass a bylaw to keep heavy construction vehicles off of our residential streets and continue to use to keep such vehicles confined to using the Northrop access via the industrial park. We ask you to keep our goal in your focus tonight. This temporary construction access was set up by the city with admirable foresight in 2010. Others tonight are bringing up Northrop being open permanently, which is their right and prerogative. But we residents are asking you to share our deep concern about the safety of our residents, park users who drive here from across the city for the park, the waterfront trail, and all the tourists who also come here to do so, and also about our quality of life. Okay, we have an online petition as to this focus for our safety and quality of life with almost 250 signatures and over 70 supportive comments. Now, referring please to your Sugar Sync is an email dated September 24th, 2020 from the city to me. Our request to you is 100% consistent with the quote that is highlighted and underlined of the very well-respected city planning manager who worked on this file for over 10 years. As to the fact that the temporary road connection was to remain in place until such time as the 39 Bromley subdivision was fully constructed, so as to retain the construction access for that development. Once the 39 Bromley subdivision is built out, the temporary access will be closed and lands returned to Grey Forest Homes as a building lot. This is addressed in the subdivision agreement. Also in your Sugar Sync is a very important email from Grey Forest Homes staff sent in April of this year to me. I refer you to the yellow highlighted section underlined in red. And it states, as you are aware, we do not own the access land, so we have no control whatever happens for the time being. The city is not obligated to advise us to do anything with that property, especially since we are not owners of any of the surrounding property, nor does the city have any obligation to consult with us on timelines, criteria, or conditions for that development. To what extent the city requires the development to be completed before closing the access and transferring the lands back to Grey Forest Home is entirely up to them. And as I suggest also to you. Sorry. Yes, so therefore with the September 24th email being very clearly stated as to the city's criteria before closing Northrop, and with Grey Forest Homes clearly stating in April of 2021 that the closing criteria is in your hands as the city, why would you not pass a bylaw tonight to supersede the Bromley subdivision agreement, obligating the subdivision landowners to combine their access to the Northrop extension with an onerous fine for those who violate it, and register it on title to give notice to all subsequent purchasers and interested parties. Permission of neither developer should be needed for this bylaw. Notably, I must point out that the planning report fails to draw your attention to the fact that the traffic impact study, the comprehensive one, was actually completed in March of 2010 using data as old as 2006. Port Weller has changed considerably, and we respectfully request that you consider an updated comprehensive traffic impact study as comprehensive as that study, and we respectfully suggest that it be done after the subdivision is fully built out, because we don't know what's coming there. It's zoned for 30 single family homes and a 5-story 50-unit apartment building, but site plans haven't been submitted yet, so we don't really know what's actually going to come in terms of traffic. So that's why we are requesting that. And that's my delegation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crouch, for representing your community so well. It is greatly appreciated. And Councillor Townsend's up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mrs. Crouch, for the presentation. I'm just trying to understand, I guess, the situation really down in that area. I mean, I don't live down there. I've driven down the area. The issue is that there are construction trucks coming down the street to do work on the homes. I'm just trying to, maybe if you could just paint a picture for council to maybe understand, what is it, the noise that's a big issue? I'm just trying to get a full vision of the situation.
Well, if Evan could please put up that that picture he had from the on the screen, please, with the aerial shot. Okay, this shows you the difference. The lens in green would be if they continue to use the Northrop access. The lens in pink are what was actually used last week on day one, after the owner was no longer obligated to use the Northrop access. If you can see how that comes down all the way through, all the way out of their way. If you are familiar with, like, if you drive down Lakeside Drive, that's absolutely narrow. There's like a blind jog there from Lakeside onto like the old part of Bromley, then over to Stepney to down what is now the extension of Parkside Drive. So why would we have vehicles driving through that route or else driving starting at Lakeshore again, going up to Broadway, but when it says Parkside Drive, if you take turn east there, turn right, and then take that north, it's exceptionally dangerous to have that when you have a real alternative. That the curve right where Parkside goes from eastbound to northbound is right by my house, and I'll tell you, those heavy construction vehicles will be cutting that corner or going wide, and oncoming traffic, it will be blind, and no one will have a clue that they are coming until they're right there at them, whether they're people on bikes or in cars. And it's just illogical and basically incomprehensible to us that this was not continued the way it was intended, as in the September 24th letter, to be when it's fully built out, as per the plan made in 2010 when this was set up. So
Okay,
that answer?
That's fair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Crouch. And just to provide understanding, all you're simply asking is that if the trucks could use and focus on doing the Kiefer Road access up through Northrop to get to that. Is that correct? Because I would agree with you. The Lakeside Drive, it is very narrow. It is very narrow. It's a very narrow street. So, but am I correct in your focus is the green route that you have drawn out here in front of us?
That's what we're asking, and we think it's reasonable to ask to not prematurely do it, because that's what was set out in 2010 as the plan. We think it's reasonable. We know it's safe. I know that, for instance, I talked to the construction company when they were before they put down the pavement, and I asked them about putting down the base asphalt, which is now down, right? So that's as Director Cathay said, so that's down. But I said, when does the final asphalt come down? And he said, not until all of the heavy construction vehicles are finished, because we don't want to be ruining the asphalt that we've just put down. But I mean, what about our asphalt on Parkside Drive and Lakeside? Why not continue to use Kiefer and the industrial park, which obviously are built in a different way because they withstand like transport trucks and other things? And why sacrifice our pavement for that? And like, what is the financial cost to the city if that is done? It's we just can't find reasons to support
I understand where you're going with this, and thanks for coming to council tonight to shed some light on this situation in your neighborhood. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips, yep. Unmute, Bill.
Sorry. First of all, I'd like to thank all the councillors who did take the time to go over and visit beautiful downtown Port Weller East. It sure has changed over the last few years. Evan, if you could put that map back up again, and to Mrs. Crouch, would you just review with us access and egress as far as the residents in Port Weller what they have to undergo right now, and what concerns there are just generally.
Okay, well, as you can probably see, or as you know, it will come to your attention, if that block of land at the westerly end of Northrop is closed off permanently, we will be down to only one permanent access in and out of the entire residential community for Port Weller East. We abut an industrial park. God forbid if there's some sort of thing where we have to evacuate, that we have to get out, and we're all jamming, because every single, as you can see, every single resident has to use Broadway to get in and out. And so why would we not have, this is one part that I'm not, I'm all about the safety part right now for the bylaw to finish the construction. But it is a very big concern in Port Weller East that there should be a permanent second access, which logically would be on Northrop to those who are in favor of that. We have been using the Northrop access for over 7.5 years, safely, without any incident. We've been driving, every part of that Port Weller East community has been driving out Northrop to Reed Road and Kiefer without any incident, driving safely, coexisting, pedestrians walking down Northrop to go to Happy Rolf's. And so that's basically it in a nutshell, I think. Because why we're trapped there. We have Lake Ontario to the north, we have the Welland Canal to the west. And if anyone wants to say we shouldn't be driving through an industrial park, actually, Evan, would you mind, for that map isn't labeled as a zoning map, could you possibly pull that up, please? Nope, it's
which slide was that?
It's called, or I sent it to you later today by email. It's entitled zoning map.
I guess I'll have to go and track that down because that wasn't part of your presentation.
Yeah, I know that only came up today because and I apologize to the counselors. This is actually a surprise to us because of, by possessing that email from September 24th, we had no idea that this was going to come up as an issue so quickly. We thought, this was going to be continuing for another couple of years. And, we didn't know it was going to be in the staff report. I asked traffic last week if they could give me results, and they said I had to wait to the June 25th agenda being posted. So a lot of this is coming at, is scrambling right now, honestly, being put together. And it's much wider than me. And if we had more time with a referred report, you'd have a greater community response than just the 250 names on the petition and the 70 some odd comments and me here tonight with my variety of screens. So I apologize for that, but that's just the circumstances that happened. We didn't realize that Northrop was potentially closed till about maybe 2 weeks ago.
Is this the image you're referring to, Linda?
Yes, thank you very much, Evan. That's it. So as you see, okay, this is Port Weller East. That red dotted line when it starts at the lake and goes down, that's the urban boundary, but it's also, that's Reed Road until it reaches Lakeshore. So everything in blue is the industrial park. And the lands that are, in green are obviously Green Space and Park and Happy Rolf's. This is from the official plan, so it doesn't show the Bromley subdivision yet, but you can hopefully remember from or compare from your other area map, how that goes in there. So you'll see that we cannot drive to or from our homes without going through an industrial park. So that argument is absolutely moot. It cannot be used because not you personally, but like City Council approved two subdivisions to go in there, but without realizing that we had to go in and out of industrial park lands without going through industrial park lands, but then saying we don't want you driving through industrial park lands, you know, and also the irony of saying, okay, our solution to having you drive through industrial park lands is to have all these heavy construction vehicles, as per our list that you have, that's also in the sugar sink. The solution to that, which has never been a problem, is for all the heavy industrial vehicles to go down our residential streets. So I'm sorry if you followed that. It's just this is all just kind of overwhelming to me right now. It's a lot going on this. So that.
Phillips.
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Harris, yep.
I'm not sure if this will receive the presentation first, and this question is for the Director of Planning. It's more about what's our exposure and all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
so I'll leave it
that's
up to you.
Director of
Okay.
Planning. So, yeah.
So we'll receive the presentation first. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other further questions, I want to say thank you to Ms. Crouch for her presentation. Motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Phillips, Councillor Garcia, all in favor? That one's carried. And now we'll have the motion on the floor.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And once the motion comes on the floor, Councillor Harris, you'll be up for your question. All right, Councillor Harris, you're up.
So I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning. So we're just going to receive this report. Are we, like, by listening to the speaker, what is there any exposure to the city if we change what's going to happen? How's that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the city is a party to 2 subdivision agreements. The conditions contained therein spell out what our obligations are. They're agreements that we have entered into with the landowners to develop certain plans of subdivision with all of their with all the conditions therein. I specifically read out some conditions earlier that specified that when base asphalt goes down on Bromley Drive, that lot 33, or otherwise known as 92 Parkside Drive, can be developed, is to be returned to Grey Forest Homes as a building lot. So that's the extent of our legal obligations at this time. I did note from the speaker's conversation that the public has gotten quite used to using the temporary construction access through this area, and it should be noted that it was never intended for this use. It was never constructed to that use, and it's you know, an unfortunate sign of the times when these 2 areas have not been developed as quickly as they were originally intended. And furthermore, for council's benefit, there is no bylaw to be passed tonight that could change the scenario as requested by the citizens.
So a quick answer, if there were changes to be made, there would be some exposure to the municipality.
Through the mayor to the councillor, depending on what those changes are, yes. And if they're substantial, I would suggest a meeting in camera to discuss with the city solicitor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Phillips, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in full agreement with what Mrs. Crouch said. My big concern right now is we're going to have 30 houses starting soon with construction equipment, and you name it, you know what kind of construction equipment is required to build homes, going down a very narrow residential street for the next, I don't know, pick 2 years. These houses are built on spec. I was talking with our director today, and I would like to commend our planning staff for the report. It was very comprehensive. They did a great job in that respect. But I do tend to disagree with the comment that they don't see it as a safety issue. To me, when you have cement trucks, front-end loaders, whatever, going up and down a residential street for 3 years, the potential for an accident is greatly heightened. Let's put it that way. I would like to see us do something as far as keeping Northrop open for as long as there is construction of houses and possibly the apartment building. And yes, it's going to be 2 or 3 years. Mrs. Crouch indicated, and this is to Director Cathay, that her correspondence with the owner of 34 Great Forest Homes, who have built out the Broadway subdivision and did a great job, that they were kind of under the understanding that the city could determine when Northrop was closed. It almost seems like they're willing to discuss or negotiate that, although in the report that didn't indicate as such. Could I get a comment from the director in that regard?
Certainly, through the mayor to the councillor, the language of the condition that's in the subdivision agreement says the owner agrees that heavy vehicle construction access shall be limited to Parkside Drive via Northrop Crescent until such time as primary services, sewers, water main, curbs, granular stone base, and base course asphalt are constructed to the satisfaction of the city's engineer. So that's the component of the condition, is that if the city's engineer reviews the work and to determine it to be in compliance, then at that time it would be appropriate for Grey Forest Homes to request ownership of that building lot left. So when they say it's up to the city, it's up to our, the condition is that if the base course asphalt is installed to our satisfaction, then the lot gets released.
Which it obviously has. But have we discussed with Grey Forest the opportunity of leaving Northrop open and them not building out for an extended period of time?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, we have had those conversations with Grey Forest Homes. They have indicated that this is the last remaining lot in the subdivision. They're still bound to the conditions of the subdivision agreement. They would like to construct on the lot, finalize the subdivision agreement responsibilities, and then receive their securities back and have the public assets assumed by the city. So they would like to move forward. They've, like I said, they've had this subdivision in the works for the past 11 years. They'd like to complete it and move on.
And that was a recent discussion, I trust.
Yes, it was.
And now in the report, you gave us two options. Option one, or option two is basically and away we go. The other one was the possibility of possibly purchasing that lot if they were willing to sell it. Then we would be able to leave Northrop open for as long as we wanted to own the lot. And then once, if we chose, once the build out was done, we could sell it to whoever wanted to buy it, probably Grey Forest. If that's the case, is that what you would recommend?
Through the mayor to the councillor, option two has been provided in the report for council's consideration. It advises that should a permanent access be desired in this location, of the process that would follow. So first of all, we would need an environmental assessment process to be undertaken. And the caution is that the result of the EA process may be not to put a road through there. We have had previous traffic consultants present at the Ontario Municipal Board that this wasn't necessary or appropriate, and it was agreed to by the city at that time. We've done the population study that shows that there has not been substantial or a change in growth to warrant the opening. So we can't say that the environmental assessment process would be a foregone conclusion. Secondarily to that, the city would have to gain consent of both subdivision agreement owners to purchase the two lots, and then costing has been provided that council would have to agree to to purchase, build, undertake the EA, and that's if we get consent of both of those property owners to sell that lot. We've provided an estimate for council that this scenario could potentially cost over $1.1 million.
But my point being is if we just wanted to keep Northrop open for the period of build out, we wouldn't need to buy both lots. We would just need to buy the one lot to keep it open for as long as build out is going to happen. Is that right? Without an EA being done? It's just going to be used for construction traffic.
So through the mayor to the councillor, while at this time 92 is the lot that's required for construction access, it should be noted that the permission of Bromley Gardens would also be necessary as it relates to 94, because the two lots, when developed, are going to have to readdress their property line scenario there. So we're also asking the subdivision to the north, Bromley Gardens, to hold back on the development of 94.
Right. I'd like to make a motion to go in camera, Mr. Mayor, to discuss the possible purchase of the site.
Okay, so before we do that, so can we just add that onto a list? And because what I don't want to do is go in and out of council, in and out of in camera.
Yes.
So we'll put that one on a list. Councillor Williamson, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Through you to Director Kite. Director Kite, this, just looking at this from a little bit bigger vantage point, is there a possibility that the industrial lands to the east could get rezoned to residential, in which case we're going to need roads, or do you envision that happening potentially?
Through the mayor to the councillor, earlier in today's presentation, the speaker had put up a schedule from the city's official plan, which did not show a road connection being anticipated in this area. Furthermore, we have just undertaken a 3-year land needs assessment process, including our employment land needs. It was approved by council in November of 2020. It did not recommend the conversion of any employment lands in this area to residential uses.
Terrific, thank you.
All right, Councillor Kushner, you're up. Thanks, Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why, when we had the original agreement, would it not have been part of the agreement at that time to keep the road open until everything was finalized? Would that be unusual?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I wasn't here at the time to understand fully what the background is around that, but I think the OMB decision, the conditions approved at that time, as well as the condition approved for Broadway and Bromley Gardens, were all very specific to a certain point in construction when that transfer would occur. And that was at the time of base asphalt, depending on the permission of the city engineer. So I believe that they tried to capture at the time what they thought was appropriate. But I can't speak further to the speculation at that time.
Right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Dodge.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if the director could ask that the conditions with Grey Forest be lifted so that they could actually keep the roadway open during construction.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. I cannot unilaterally tell a property owner that they do not have to fulfill conditions of the subdivision agreement. It's a binding agreement that's been executed and registered on title that binds the two parties, meaning the owner of the subdivision and the city. So I can't unilaterally just lift conditions.
No, I said, could you go to Grey Forest and ask them, like work with them to lift those conditions?
Through the mayor to the councillor, which conditions specifically? We have reached out to Grey Forest and asked if we could seek a delay on transferring that lot back to them, and they were not interested. So I'm afraid I don't understand which conditions you would like lifted.
Okay, well, that's what I was wondering, is if you could go to them and try to work out something between ourselves, the city being one party and Grey Forest being the other party, so that we could come up with a, something that would be a safe and equitable, conclusion for both the residents and the developer in this situation.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we have taken that negotiation as far as we can without further direction from council.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry, can you just repeat what you just
So through the mayor to the councillor, we
Okay.
have reached out to the property owner to attempt the negotiations as far as we can without further direction from this council.
Okay, so maybe when we go in camera, we can talk about that. Just one comment that you had made earlier about the fact that the residents have been using Northrop and they've sort of gotten used to it. I just wanted to say that it's not just the residents that use that. Emergency access is actually, like ambulances, fire trucks, and police also use that access, as well as the school buses coming in and out of there as well. Sorry.
So,
Sorry.
okay, so I think there's an item we can discuss in camera as part of Councillor Phillips' request as well.
Okay, so that's what I was saying, that when we go in camera, we could further discuss from this council what we could do.
Yes. Okay, Councillor Kushner.
I've already spoken, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I just I got your hand up and what didn't come down yet. I apologize. Okay, motion. We have what looks to be about 2 items to go in camera with. So a motion to move in camera I'll look to the city clerk for a property matter.
Can I just ask, Mr. Mayor, do we receive this report first and then do
Not
a
yet.
motion?
No, not yet, because there could be direction coming out of the in camera. So we could just add on to it when we come out, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, motion to go in camera. We have Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's carried, and Evan will set up the room. And again, we're going in for legal advice pertaining to a property matter. That would be the solicitor-client privilege.
And a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Correct.
And may I just read the disclaimer, please?
Yes.
By attending the in-camera session, each member of council acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members of council are not permitted to record the proceedings and that they must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
All right, motion from rising from in camera. We have staff direction from in camera, a motion to approve staff direction forthwith, Councillor Phillips and Councillor Kushner. Well, haven't
Or does the
recorded vote.
ward councillor want to second it?
Councillor Dodge and Councillor Phillips.
Mr. Mayor, as part of that, directing staff to look at the fire lane.
I think the work's already being undertaken, but I'll confirm that with the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that work's been moving forward, so there doesn't need to be that direction.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. I'll look to the clerk for a vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
No.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, we have another delegation coming up, folks. So let's see what we're going to be doing here. So we have a planning and building services. It's a updating the St. Catharines Registry of Non-Designated Cultural Heritage Properties. And we have a brief introductory comments by Mr. Michael Seaman, Senior Project Manager. If you can keep your comments brief, greatly appreciated. And you were off to the races.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is concerning updating the Register of Non-Designated Cultural Heritage Properties. And it includes a property at 37 Henrietta Street, which was as a result of an expression of interest in being included on the register, and also properties at 10 Seymour Avenue, 143 St. Paul Crescent, 145 to 153 St. Paul Crescent, which was as a result of concerns by the committee about potential development and there being no recognition of, in terms of heritage for these properties. The Heritage Register is a tool provided by the province to municipalities since 2005 to allow the formal identification of non-designated properties of potential heritage significance in municipality and provide a basic level of protection, that being a delay of 60 days for the municipality to consider the application to demolish the building. This delay allows the municipality to undertake more detailed research to determine if the property is worthy of designation, or allow the demolition after the research was undertaken. The completion of municipal heritage registers are encouraged by the province to achieve complete municipal heritage registers to facilitate transparency and predictability among property owners. It's a useful tool for achieving municipal goals and objectives in the municipal heritage planning process. The delegation is concerning 10 Seymour. An HIA was provided for this one, but it's not yet been accepted as complete. In October 2020, there was a motion from the Heritage Committee to include the building on the Municipal Heritage Register. It was resulting from the general perception of significance of the building to City St. Catharines, and in particular the Meriton community, as a landmark structure, and recent interest in development at the site. There is a interest in development at the site. The Heritage Impact Assessment was received in February, and the findings of that report, was provided by the owner, determined that the building has significant cultural heritage value or interest, and also identified impacts to the building from the development as it was proposed at that time that would result in the dismantling of the main facade of the building and relocation of that. There was a heritage research report provided by the Heritage Committee separate from this process in terms of considering the significance of the building, and that was considered on May 11th. The Heritage Register recommendation for the other properties was undertaken on May 11th. And we had sent a consultation letter to the owners on May 3rd. There was a request to delegate received Staff would offer to meet with the owners to discuss the contents of any such letter, but no response was received. There was a letter of objection received on June 17th. And there is now a pre-submission for development on the site that doesn't include the portion of the site, including the building. That's the latest update on that. And yeah, the purpose of the register is to create a complete listing of potential heritage resources in the municipality. And this is a tool that's used by most municipalities in Ontario, but most have complete registers. St. Catharines is one that it's probably in the range of about 30 to 40% complete as a result of the methodical and consultation process that we have with that at the moment. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Seaman. We now have a delegation, Ms. Remy Masri, and representing the owners of the property, and she'll be making a delegation, and there'll be questions of the delegate if required. Welcome to council, and sorry for the delay to get you on to speak tonight. Over to you.
I'm good, thank you. How's everybody? My name is Rima Masri. I'm the architect for the owner, Full View Group, who owns 10 Seymour Avenue. And we wanted to come here today to explain that mostly our objection is procedural. We do have a zoning bylaw amendment application that is underway. We got delayed a little bit with the COVID situation last year, but we have been working with the planning staff, and we had a meeting, a review meeting back in March this year, and we received comments to the heritage impact assessment report that we submitted and other planning matters that we are considering now, and we intend to make a resubmission or a submission with revisions based on their comments. So the letter that Mr. Seaman referred to that was issued May 3rd, for some reason or another, was only received by Full View early in June. For some reason, it took close or over a month with Canada Post, not sure why, but we received it late, so we didn't have a chance to properly communicate with staff. We're not aware that we had the option of having a meeting to discuss this with staff, and we tried to rush and get a letter to council. Our understanding originally that this meeting would have been 2 weeks prior. So we tried to do what we can in a short period of time to get heard and express our surprise as why is staff choosing to put this property on the registry while we have ongoing discussions and we have application that is underway, that we're working together with the same objective. We never felt that there was a conflict of goals. We acknowledge, and as Mr. Seaman indicated, it is our consultant who prepared the heritage impact analysis, and we are working with the planning staff and with our heritage planner to find the best way that we can accommodate the parts that were identified that are of heritage significance, albeit in a way that would work with our development goals. Now, that process is underway, and we're not in agreement that listing the property at this time is appropriate, or if it affords the city any other options or tools to implement the goals that they're after. So we are cooperating, and we are still under the zoning bylaw amendments. You know, we are working towards achieving these goals. So we ask council to either oppose this listing or defer it to such time that when we come back with our zoning application for council consideration, that we get a chance to discuss the listing at that time, when we've completed our studies and we completed our submission for the rezoning. The owner have submitted the letter, and I hope that mayor and councillors, that you have a copy of that explains our position. And so I don't think that the listing of this property in particular at this time is benefiting the property, the owner, or the city with anything additional to what's been is happening through the rezoning application. And you know, we're not demolishing the building at this time, or even with any proposal. You know, there could be partial demolition, but that will be all part of the process. We're working with staff. And furthermore, as a last point is the listing at this point, it doesn't seem to be specific as to what parts of the building that are of interest. And I think that's an important distinction that should be clear. And for that, we request more time to bring this back to council at a later time for consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Massery. And I've got a couple of councillors with their hands up. So Councillor Miller, you're up first. To the delegate.
Yeah, through you, the mayor. Hi, Ms. Massery. We met a couple of years ago, feels a long time ago, at that meeting at the Maritime Community Center. I did have a question. I got the letter, and I certainly understand where Mr. Wu, and you made your points well tonight, like where you're coming from. But it was my understanding, seeing some of the early designs, I understand those aren't finalized necessarily, generally did incorporate the historic building. So I suppose I'm curious how you see a designation impeding any potential plans if it was already sort of thought to include the historic building.
We're not in disagreement with the heritage value of the property. We're not opposing that distinction, and we are working with staff to preserve parts of the building that are of heritage value. We're simply asking, you know, it's not appropriate to make that decision tonight and just give the process, you know, our own internal design process and the process under the ZBA to work with staff. And then when that is concluded, to come back to you at the time of ZBA or shortly after to reconsider it.
Okay, thank you. And I will have a question for staff, but I'll save that for after, for later. Thank you.
Councillor Miller, Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you to Ms. Massery, I will ask for clarification from the heritage planner, but you seem to be concerned about the fact that you're starting a rezoning application, but my understanding would be that the listing of the property in that registry does not in any way impede your proceeding with that application. Can you confirm that, Mr. Seaman?
For you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. There is no impeding with the development application process. This is merely a tool applied by the province to allow municipalities to identify potentially significant heritage resources.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Littleton. Did she disappear? All right, her hand was up. I don't know what happened to Councillor Littleton.
Here.
I can't see you. Where are you?
It's not working. There we go.
There you go. Thank you.
I guess my question is sort of along the same lines as Councillor Miller in the letter that we did receive lately. So I guess my first question is, you're talking about, you know, you didn't have time, and there was, you know, this week, and it was You sent the letter to council on Friday, so that was late as well. Do you feel that you're not, that this process is not as transparent? I'm trying to figure out why you're mentioning that you seem to not have time or enough time to come and discuss this.
Well, we don't feel that we were consulted. This came, and that's not a reflection on the process necessarily, but I think it would have been more appropriate if two things would have been more appropriate. One is that we have a ZBA under process, and this is a matter that we are currently discussing with staff, and we haven't concluded it, and we're not at odds, and we're cooperative. That's one. Second is, for whatever reason, in the letter that the owner received took too long in the mail, and they were surprised when it was received, and it seemed like we had just a week to respond or a few days, and we just didn't have time to think, what are the implications of this decision to the process that is underway. We didn't have time to check with staff and discuss it and to see what are the implications on our application. So we're not sure why is this being brought at this time, while there is a process that is underway that achieves some, if not all, the same things.
So I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, like we're talking, it's been a long time since the last time the community has heard from the developers as well. I mean, that seems to be quite a bit of time. So I'm sorry the mail took some time to get to you as well. That's unfortunate. But I guess you're saying that it's still in line with what you're wanting. So I'm not sure what the problem is here. Why your group is opposed to this?
Well, first, the timing. We prefer that this is all dealt with through the ZBA process, and we'll be coming to council to make a decision on the rezoning, and then we can consider the listing at that time, whether it is maybe around the same time. And second is, it's not clear to us under this listing is what exactly are the elements of the building that are of interest, and how does that align with the report that our consultant had prepared.
Okay, and so I'll have some questions for staff, but that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Seeing no other further questions of the delegation, I just want to say thank you for the delegation and a motion to receive the presentation by Ms. Massery. Councillor Miller, second by Councillor Cisco, all in favor. And that is carried. Okay, so now we go over to the staff report, and Director Kitte, you had your hand up.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council and to the speaker, I think there's a couple of points of clarity that I can provide, and perhaps the senior project manager can take it from there. Originally, the Heritage Registry report was to go to council in April. We determined that we had not undertaken enough public consultation. So we provided a letter that was sent on May 3rd to all of the property owners that are being recommended to be attached to the registry. At that time, we were contemplating bringing the matter back to council on May 31st. So we had given people a few weeks to respond. The letter was dated May 3. We had given them 2 weeks to respond so that it could be considered May 31. As council knows, we had a lack of heritage expertise on staff for a period of time, and we proceeded to postpone this consideration to this meeting, June the 28th. So originally it was contemplated in April, then May, and then June. So we feel that appropriate time and efforts have been made to reach out to the impacted landowners, and to date we've only heard from one. The second point of clarification that I think needs to be made, because I've heard the speakers mention several times that we haven't listed the attributes that are to be recognized. That is the process that takes place with designating a property. We are not doing that tonight. We are simply adding to a list properties that warrant attention in the city, period. The only implication that it has to the landowner is that they required to give us 60 days notice if they wish to demolish. There's no designation, there's no bylaw in front of council. This is just that we are adding to a list in the city. And this is in conjunction with the Heritage Advisory Committee's recommendation. Thank you.
All right, so we have Councillor Miller with a question.
Well, I did have a question. I think Ms. Cathay sort of answered it about what's, when the specifics of what's designated and what's not. I think if anyone hasn't read the reports in the March, I think, agenda of the Heritage Committee, it's a very good one about this building. And that's what I sort of wanted to reiterate as well. The one, tonight is like an initial step. It's not like the final designation of the property, and that I do think that based on the initial designs that the owner can still develop. And I think about the Glenridge School site developing quite attractively around a designated heritage property in a similar manner to this. I think some of the seemingly last minute, however that happened is unfortunate, but I think ultimately I don't see how this hinders too much the developer's plans. And I think it does help protect a very interesting sort of Art Deco historic building in Meriton. So I'm in favor of it, and I am hopeful that that staff and the developer can work closely together.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question to staff. If someone, maybe I missed it, but can someone just give a little brief about, I understand about 143 St. Paul, sorry. Excuse me. Thanks. But 145, 47, 49, that block, what's the significance of those buildings?
The block is there's an old fire hall there from the 19th century and a historical, one of the most sort of intact commercial streetscapes in that part of the city, probably one of the better ones in Niagara region. And it's an area that's worthy of I guess consideration of heritage elements should the site ever redevelop in the future.
So it's the block, it's the streetscape itself.
Yeah.
Okay. I just did want to mention about the 10 Seymour. It's a contentious property in terms of the community. When the first plans came out, and then we've been waiting for plans for a year and a half now, with not hearing anything, and the community continues to ask us, Councillor Miller and myself, about that property. If a piece of mail was submitted on or about May 3rd, and it is June the 28th, that is plenty of time to look at mail, respond to mail. I'm not at all moved by there hasn't been time to respond to it. I'm concerned that the developer's agent, this is no disrespect, but we're talking about a potential development here, is talking about a different designation than what we're talking about tonight. That's not what's on the table. So I think I appreciate staff's clarification for that. And I will support the staff recommendation that this is designated, because I think that the applicants had enough time. They should be well aware of planning matters and planning processes. And so I just think that's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We now go to Councillor Garcia, hopefully for a quick comment, and then move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to move staff recommendation when appropriate.
You're good. Okay. You're reading my mind, Councillor. Look at that. All right. So we got staff recommendation on the floor. Call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Take your pick. We got a whole bunch. Councillor Miller, put them on the
Okay.
table.
Okay. Counselor Dodge,
Miller time.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Littleton,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried. Thank you.
Okay, motion to ratify forthwith recommendations. We have a motion that council adopt these items forthwith by general committee Monday, June 28th, 2021. Moving to ratify, I've got Councillor Williamson, seconded by Councillor Garcia. These are the motion to ratify for recommendations. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed? Carried. Okay, we have a couple motions. They're housekeeping. One is the start time for June 28th, July 12th, and August 9th. Unless we go back in time, June 28th is before the beginning of the meeting, but we're going to ratify it anyway. Councillor Sorrento, Deputy
So moved.
Mayor, and seconded by Councillor Harris. And again, these are just the 5 p.m. start times. As we saw today, it did allow us to get through some of these meetings, not quicker, but we're not getting out of here at 11 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock. All in favor of these start times, show of hands. Opposed? One opposed. Okay, carried. And then a special meeting, which is that council should not complete the business. So this was if we didn't complete the business. So do we do this one still? Do we need this one?
You don't know
No.
what's going to happen. Let's do it.
No, we
This
don't.
bench discussion could take an hour.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, we now go on to 10.3. We could do some we don't have too much. Can we move this to the next meeting? Is there an appetite to move this to the July 12th? There's no hurry on this. This is something that we could just move to the next one.
Well,
Motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to disagree. I would like to do it tonight because it's going to take some time to procure these benches. And
I don't think it's going to happen this summer, Councillor. So I'll look to a councillor to make the motion just to refer it at least to the next meeting, which is July 12th. Councillor Sorrento, seconded by Councillor Townsend. All in favor of just moving this to the next meeting, show of hands. Okay, opposed? Okay, it looks
A lot
like
of
it
people
carried.
asking about this.
But again, it's nothing's going to be installed between now and July 12th, Councillor. Like nothing. So
but
we
they
can have this
start-
discussion at the next
they
meeting.
can start procurement and planning, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, again, we'll have it to the next meeting. Okay, that was carried. And calls for notice of motion, there are none. Report requests, there are none. ABCs, and just to council's update is that we moved the Brock one into this one. The Brock was supposed to be in the July 12th one. So it is a lighter agenda. It'll allow us to have a more fulsome discussion rather than rushing it through a 15, 20 minutes. ABCs, we have a motion to receive and file the minutes of the advisory committee, a motion to receive and file the minutes. I need a mover. Councillor Sorrento, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we now have the reading of the bylaws, that the bylaws listed on council agenda A through H be read a first time, considered and passed, that they be signed and executed by the mayor and city clerk. We have a motion for this one. Councillor Phillips, Councillor Littleton, all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And then for the agenda on the 12th, can we make the report, Piers, can we have that one first on the agenda to the city clerk? So when we do the agenda listings, we'll have that one first on. And then we can go from there. This way that's first on the agenda. We know what we're going to be doing with it and we don't have to wait until the end of the meeting for that. Okay. And motion to adjourn. We got Councillor Kushner. First one up, Councillor Kushner. That was a quick hand to go up and say adjourn. Seconded by Councillor Cisco. All in favor? Carried. And we'll see everybody in a couple of weeks. Take care.
Take care.
Hey, everyone. Thank you.